Hello and good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning, or all of the above, and welcome back to the Campaign Coins Twitch channel, where we're playing an excellent one-shot of an excellent game. We're playing 13th Age, and we are playing Assault on the Dungeon of the Pogonomancer. 13th Age is a fantastic D20 fantasy game by Rob Heinsoo and Jonathan Tweet, and published by Pelgrane Press. And Assault on the Dungeon of the Pogonomancer is a one-shot scenario by Gareth Ryder-Hanrahan. 13th Age is a fantastic game that you can get for an absolute steal right now. You can get pretty much all the PDFs available at the Humble Bundle. humblebundle.com/software. They had to hide it in the software page because it's such a good deal. What else? We're going to hear, if I can get some started, we're going to hear some music from Sirenscape, which is a fantastic online tool that adds real soundscapes and music to your games. And we're also going to hear some music from the official 13th Age soundtrack, which is really good as well. As I said, we're Campaign Coins, and we make real metal tokens and coins for role-playing games, including 13th Age. We made the official 13th Age icon tokens and Dwarven Tower coins. And we'll be playing on Astral Tabletop, which is my virtual tabletop of choice and has been since the last year. And we all started playing on online tabletops. And that's really great. That has an official 13th Age character sheet, which makes playing a breeze. With all of that out of the way, I think I should briefly introduce, well, I'll get them to do it. Why not? Briefly, they can introduce themselves, these fine players, in any particular order. Who would like to start us off? Oh, sorry. 1 second there, because you are muted on my end. As you were, please go ahead. If anyone said anything during my long and rambling introduction, we didn't hear it, but perhaps that's for the best. Please do go ahead.
All right, hi. I'm gonna go fucking alphabetically because y'all suck.
Okay. I had to run it through. I'm good.
It's fine. I'll just yell at someone to go next. Hi, yo, I'm Art. Pronouns are they, them, and I exist on the internet. That's pretty much it. Daniel!
Hi, I'm Daniel, and alphabetically I do go next, so that is correct. I'm Daniel, and I don't really do anything of interest. I'm gonna hand it off to David.
G'day, I'm Dave. My pronouns are he, him. You can follow me on Twitter and etc. at Goodship Fun Trip, and I stream regularly over on the Stream of Chaos, which is the Chaosium Inc. Call of Cthulhu and etc. channel. Handball to James.
Hello, yes, I am James, he, him, Robo-Pelican on Twitter and Sundry. I am also on the Stream of Chaos, working for Chaosium Inc. Nice to meet you all.
Outstanding. Full disclosure, in the overlay, you're actually in alphabetical order, and I was going to tell you that. And then I thought, oh no, it's too complicated. We'll just let them to go in any order. Let's not make them think about the alphabet. And then you nailed it anyway. So bravo, and thank you.
Like a dream.
One thing we are able to do is the alphabet.
It's like some kind of natural order, you know, as if you know, they should think about using alphabetical order for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't.
All right. So with all of that out of the way, as I get some more moody music, it was a bit too cheerful.
Ooh.
We take you to the 13th Age. More specifically, we take you to the Underworld, the world under the world, if you will, where caverns and caves twist, and the dwarves have their domains scattered about. We take you in particular to one clan of note. They are the Silver Shields, and they are a mighty dwarven clan not to be reckoned with. But they have a problem. They have an exile, a dwarven wizard who went mad with power many, many years ago and is exiled from his clan because of his insane experiments that just couldn't be condoned by the rest of the clan. But the years have grown long, and the dwarven wizard has grown steadily more insane and steadily more powerful. And he has remounted an attack on his old clan, the Silver Shields. Fortunately, the Silver Shields are not completely defenseless. Not only do they have a standing militia of their own to defend against such attacks, but they have a fearless dwarven commander in their midst. Gamwon, would you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Gamwon Silver Shield. I am heir and scion to the Silver Shield clan. The next clan leader I am to be, indeed. That is I, Gamwon Silver Shield, at your service.
And who is the current lord of the Silver Shields? Is it, I imagine, your father, lord or lady?
Yeah,
or,
indeed.
Sorry, that was terribly patro-problematic of me. Who is the current leader of the Silver Shields?
Yeah, let's say Iona, Lady
Iona.
Iona Silver Shield.
Accompanied, as you are at all times, by another dwarf, Gamtu. What's your deal?
So I am Gamtu. I am confidant, bodyguard, and cleric to Gamwon, my brother. I've got a decent Pogono myself, as well as heavy armor and a warhammer, being a cleric of the dwarven military, I suppose.
Fantastic. Is that all we know about you? For now?
Well, how much do we want to go into?
Well, why don't you tell us? Up to you.
Sure. So, Gamtu is not your average dwarf, being a homunculus specifically created to be a clone of Gamwon. My sole goal, the reason for my existence, is to keep him safe so that he can ascend to the throne and secure our dwarven empire. Now, he doesn't know that. He just thinks I'm his brother. No one knows that except probably Iona, and several other key figures. So, should anything go wrong, it's going to be my duty to set things right.
Fantastic.
Wouldn't... oh, sorry, I interrupted you there.
I was just going to say, take over.
Well, that's the second level of subterfuge, which, unknown even to me, I imagine, that if everything goes wrong, I imagine my brain gets a quick wipe, and given I am a perfect clone, just sort of dressed up differently, I will just assume Gamwon's name and title. So maybe let's see how badly things go.
I think you would not technically be a homunculus. Or you would be a dwarmunculus or something, a dwarfoculus or something.
That's pretty good. Dwarf.
Yeah.
Regardless of Gamtu's true nature, the hour grows late, and so eventually the aged oaken doors to the war room swing open, and you are admitted to the Silver Shield's inner sanctum, where Lady Iona Silvershield sits slumped, exhausted, having just sent away her commanders from the war table, and gestures you in. Oh, Gamwon, Gamtu, come closer. I'm afraid I'd barely have the strength to raise my voice much further.
Indeed, Mother. I will come close so that I can hear you. You know I would do anything for you.
The battle goes. And I cannot say for sure whether it goes well or goes poorly. Not many people in the clan halls know what we're fighting out there, but I feel I must bring you two into it. We're fighting ourselves.
We're fighting ourselves? What do you mean?
The enemy has figured a way to turn our own soldiers against us. It's Silver Shields against Silver Shields out there.
Traitors! We'll kill the lot of them!
Nay, son, not traitors. Not quite traitors. The enemy we're facing is Owlbeard. The wizard Owlbeard. He was banished many years ago for his insane experiments and his ever-growing power. I'm afraid he's come back for revenge, and he's found a way into the minds of your brethren.
Well, and what are we to do about this?
There is but one chance. It's a race against time, but we believe he has a sanctum somewhere in the Underworld. We believe he has a base in the caverns and caves below our home where he plots and plans his attacks. And I think it will take a small team of adventurers to find that sanctum and put an end to Albert once and for all.
Mother, your wish is my command. I will lead this small group. Me, and I volunteer my brother as well, for he shall come with me.
Gamtu.
Of course, I would go nowhere else but by your side, sir.
It brings me pleasure that you would take up this task. And it brings me some comfort that you will not be alone. As you know, we have inhabited this area of the Underworld for generations or more, and, well, we've made enemies, and we've made alliances. And I believe such alliances will come in handy just now. Bring him in. One of the stone doors slides open. You see, standing there, a dark elf.
Good evening.
A dark elf? Are you sure we can trust our mother? Him.
Please, tell them your story.
Good evening. My name is Ehrlich. Well, he's not Ehrlich, but is impronounceable to anyone except other dark elves, so you may call me Ehrlich. I am Paladin to Elf Queen and diplomat to Underworld and specifically Dwarf Empire, and I have some free time. I can help. I am good with this, and pats like a giant two-handed fucking like glaive on his back. Sword.
Outstanding.
What do I have? I did look, and then I didn't check.
Please, by all means, look again.
Oh, a halberd. I have a halberd.
Oh, yes, that's good for you. That's what a paladin needs.
Yeah.
Practical and tight cavern space.
Hal
yeah.
Beard. Clearly.
Eric is very tall. Is very in comparison to dwarf, very tall. In comparison to human, also quite tall. Kind of imposing, very angular, just your very typical, Underworld elf. And just kind of stands there in, shiny, sort of gunmetal grey armour with a giant halberd.
My boys, I hope you understand. These desperate times call for desperate measures, and sometimes desperate measures make for strange allies. I hope you will take this into account.
I'm not sure I want to go down there watching my back the whole time.
Well, you won't have to. You'll have someone else on your back as well. Nairn stamps the floor one more time, and a second stone door that you hadn't seen slides open, where there stands a most peculiar creature.
Yes, absolutely. I am technically my character class is Ranger, so I'm gonna go for a little bit of a Wild West aesthetic here. I think I have a large, wide-brimmed gunslinger's hat, which is of course a giant mushroom cap for we are Fungaloid. As I waddle into the room, a large mushroom person that leaves a trail of spores behind them as they walk. I will come forward and make a sort of half bow before I honor and say, "We have fulfilled the pact. We send soldiers to fight alongside Dwarf in return for culinary reform. For 1 year and 1 day, no dwarf shall eat of my kin." I will glance around accusingly with large eyes that swim with a million different spores in the pupils.
It is a hard bargain we have reached, but I believe that these desperate times call for it. We will agree not to eat mushrooms for a year.
A hard bargain indeed, for your brethren are delicious.
I will pause and then spin around. Each of my brethren you consume causes me unimaginable suffering. So it causes us unimaginable suffering, though we are delicious.
This is
Alright.
very strange.
And
creature.
self-aware.
Well, the hour grows late. Will you be away? I'll take you to the entrance to the Underworld. I'll point you in Albier's direction as best I can. I believe you must make for the Flint chasms. But as we know, the Underworld, it's no static place. The deep magic that runs down there twists and torments it. And you may find that the passages you walk will not be the same ones you walk back. But you are strong and you are capable, and I have my full faith in you. So go.
Duh.
Faith well placed.
All right. And so with that, you are able to set out on your quest. But before all that, we have to do some dice rolls, because this happens to be a game. We're not just making this up as we go along. We will roll some dice as I just set up the dice rolling chat place.
As you set that up, I will just say, as we walk out, I just look towards Gamwon and go, "Don't worry, diminutive dwarf. I will look after your back and your head as well."
All I ask of you, Dark Elf, is that if you're to stab me, do it in the front, not the back.
That's fair.
Stab.
All right. So, as every 13th Age session begins, we're going to roll some icon relationship dice. That is because player characters in 13th Age are exceptionally exceptional and unique, and they have unique relationships with the icons of the Dragon Empire. These are incredibly powerful NPCs, the movers and shakers of the world, and it is their kind of desires and their wants and their agents and their power that really affects change in the Dragon Empire. In fact, you could say the Empire is only at peace because they're all about as powerful as each other. So these huge demigod-like figures, and our adventurers know some of them personally, and some of them know our adventurers personally. So everyone's got 3 points, as you've already spent during your character creation process, and we're going to roll a d6 for each one of those points. And I would like to know what 5s and 6s you may get.
Very good. Let's
Click the big buttons.
Yeah, go ahead and click those excellently large buttons on the Astral 13th Age character
Okay.
sheet.
Eric's gotten one.
Oh, there they are. They're coming up now. Fantastic. All right.
I have generated 2 5/6s. 1 5 and advantage for complication, and 1 6 a regular old advantage, and that is for the High Druid and the Elf Queen, respectively.
You'll have to tell me that again. Who did you roll a 6 for?
I rolled a 6 for the Elf Queen.
A 6 on the Elf Queen and a 5 on the High Druid. Is that right?
That is correct.
Fantastic.
Her
Well,
pointy-earedness.
I'm going to hand you some digital 13th Age icon tokens. These
Ooh.
are real icon tokens. I just realized you folks can't see them. I don't know where my bag of icon tokens has gone. But you'll have to trust me. These are real fine metal tokens with enamel that Campaign Coins made for Pelgrane Press, which you can get at pelgranepress.com. .com? You'll find it. Pelgrane Press. Fantastic. So, James, you have rolled a 6 on the Elf Queen and a 5 on the High Druid. These are incredibly powerful icons, and the fact that you know them is going to come into your story tonight. Where at some point you can say, you know what, because I know the Elf Queen, this thing is going to go really well for me. And sure enough, it does.
We know the Elf Queen.
Yes, I said the plural you, don't worry.
Oh, very good.
When in doubt,
because-
just assume.
Because you know the Elf Queen, this thing is going to go well for you. You're going to get a bonus, or a story beat is going to go your way for whatever reason. And you can do that. Also, at some point, you can say, oh, well, because I know the High Druid, this thing is going to go well for me. The twist is that is going to be, because you rolled a 5 on the High Druid, and I've given you a red token, it's going to have a complication attached to it. You're going to say, oh, this is going to go well for me, and then you can suggest a way that it kind of doesn't go so well for you, or I will suggest a way that doesn't go so well for you, and it kind of moves the story in a different direction. So that's how icon tokens work. With all that out of the way, Art, what did you roll?
Hello. I rolled 1/6 on the Elf Queen, of whom I have a positive relationship with because
fantastic
diplomat. No others, but I do believe I have a reroll.
That's right. Tell us all about that.
I have a thing on my sheet that told me I got a reroll. Where is it? Oh yes. So Ehrlich is a paladin of a questionable deity, and therefore Eric's particular avenue is quite aptly named Way of the Evil Bastards.
Which means you get some rerolls.
Which means I get a reroll. I get to reroll my relationship dice with a villainous or ambiguous icon once per day.
Fantastic. So who are you going to reroll?
Look. I already have the Elf Queen. I feel like rolling for the 3 again.
Have a
is
go.
Probably the way to go.
See what you get. Oh, a reroll that paid off.
That's
You're
a
gonna
quality reroll.
Gonna get a green token for the 3. Fantastic.
Who I have a
moving
negative
on.
relationship with. If that matters.
But even though it's a negative relationship, the fact that it is a negative relationship goes well for you. Daniel, how did you go?
I rolled a 5 with the Orc Lord, whom I have a negative relationship with.
That's all for you. Very good.
Yep.
And finally, Dave.
I didn't roll any 5s or 6s for my relationships with Dwarf King or the Lich guy, so I want to use my time to point out that James takes you in the plural is in a Western motif and will only be referred to as y'all.
Y'all.
You're not wrong.
Yeehaw.
I have a house rule when I'm running 13th Age one-shots. It is utterly lame to not roll any icon tokens. So go ahead and re-roll them all.
Oh, hot dog.
Yeah.
Watch me get like all of them this time. Dwarf King, nothing. The Dwarf King, hey, I'll take that.
That's all right.
And then your classic cleric relationship, the Lich King,
What?
nothing.
Fantastic.
What was that
All right,
last
so
one?
you're gonna have a 5, an advantage with complication to spend on the Dwarf King, and keep a good close eye on those because they may just come in handy. But I will put them away for now. And so, with all of that out of the way, your party sets forth into the Underworld. So I start some moody music here. Let's go.
Excellent.
Some moody.
While you do that, I'd like to think that we are preparing. You know, we've got like, you know, all kinds of equipment that we get ready. You know, like blade oils and poison tipped traps and all this kind of stuff. But from the perspective of everybody else, it's like we're seasoning things because of course we have like fungal rifles and fungal swords, all our weapons are part of our body, and we're putting on like a nice peppery resin and glaze across some bits. You will not consume us.
Y'all look delicious.
Outstanding. I've lost the moody music there, but that's all right. We'll come back to it. Fantastic. So, setting off into the Underworld, we're going to run a first part of a montage. This is another 13th Age mechanic that I'm always super excited about. A montage is where we get to see your characters being badasses, because that's what you do. That's what 13th Age characters do. They be badasses. But this montage is going to be split up over the entire session. So, first off, you set forth into the Underworld, and as I said, these are a particularly treacherous part of the Underworld known as the Writhing Caves. Long ago, a living dungeon slithered through here, out of a deeper part of the Underworld, but it left some weird magic behind. So you're going to see stalactites of congealed magic hanging from the ceiling and flickers of wild sorcery boiling through the air. Some of the chambers are tiny and cramped, but in places the caves open up and you can see for miles. Tunnels are shifting position regularly, and the caves feel more like rotten abscesses in quasi-living stone. Writhing Caves are known in particular for three things. First, they're a crossroads. The fastest way to get through this part of the Underworld is to go through the caves. Second, their wild magic attracts arcane scavengers and predators of all sorts, sorcerers, alchemists, cultists, and weird monsters. And third, they are dangerous. That kind of sets the scene for what exactly you're getting yourselves into.
Hell yeah.
And we'll go for a montage. Someone, anyone, one of you, should describe to me a hazard, a peril, something awful that stops your path in the Writhing Caverns. And you can be creative as you want, but you cannot tell us the solution that your party got through it. James, what terrible first
peril.
thing?
We have a terrible peril.
Please.
A twisting labyrinth of tunnels that descend into the ground in an MC Escher-esque maze. You go through one tunnel, you emerge out the other, you crash into your friends. It's like a demonic Benny Hill, where one false move sends you tumbling down into the depths, never to be seen again.
Fantastic. That is the peril that stands before you. It's seemingly absolutely impossible to know, let alone to know which way forward, let alone which way is up and down. And so, as the group kind of looks at you running up staircases in the walls, and these weird birds with egg-shaped heads kind of stomp around, one of the other characters, not Fungaloid, but one of the other characters realizes exactly what it's going to take to get out of this. You don't even have to make dice rolls. Don't have to use your skills, don't have to lose your cast talents. We're just going to say one of these characters knew how to get out of this mess. And who was it and how did they do it?
I'll take it.
Gamtu steps up to the plate.
Gamtu is loaded up with like backpack on the front, backpack on the rear because he's carrying Gamwon's equipment. I've also got like heavy pots and things just in case the Myconid changes their deal. And with all of his equipment, what I can do is I can leave a trail of just abandoned debris behind us to plot our way through. One of my backgrounds, I know we're not rolling, was I was raised in a wizard tower that did similar things to this, and late night runs to the kitchen had the same solution. And my final thing is, because I'm just leaving things behind, it looks like I'm a little bit scatterbrained. So what I'm trying to do is set Gamwon up to take the credit. So I'll occasionally lean over to him and go, I reckon it's that way. That direction looks good. I don't think we've been down there before. And let him bravely lead our band forward so that he seems a noble leader and heir to the throne.
Outstanding.
I'm more than happy to take that.
So, with that noble guiding and noble sacrifice of the credit, Gamtu subtly guides the party out of these staircases and twisting caverns, while Gamwon takes the credit, as has their arrangement. But as you kind of burst out of one of these twisting caverns and find yourself in a larger cavern, there is a chattering and a gnashing of teeth just ahead as dozens of tiny voices cry out, "It worked, it worked, it worked, we got them!" You have found yourself in an underground cavern standing in front of a bridge. Let's go to that now, shall we?
Ooh. I already don't like the sound of these little dudes.
Oh, you're a little judgmental.
You have found yourself standing face to knee with a tiny horde of goblins who are chattering and clashing their tiny swords. And everybody at this stage should probably roll initiative.
Oh. I will say, face to knee is, how tall are you? How tall are y'all, Mike and Man?
Fungaloid has biomass beyond your comprehension. We extend deep into the earth with roots that reach the core.
So Matt, yay high.
Yeah, 5'10".
Oh, that's pretty tall.
5'10".
So it's definitely way taller than two of us.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I mean, amongst Fungaloids, 5'10" is like I'm never going to get a Fungaloid girlfriend. So
Wait, how tall are the dwarves? Because dwarves are like around 5 something, like, well, at least 15.
I'm whatever Gamwon is, but 1 inch shorter because I hunch.
Dwarves wouldn't be 5 foot.
No,
maybe like 4 foot, right?
Yeah, like 4 foot.
Dwarves in at least in like 5'3". are like 5 foot something. Like they're
That's
not.
just a short person. There are
Yeah.
people who are 5
They're
feet
just
tall.
they're also like thick, you know, like they're solid units.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. I don't know if some of you have rolled initiative. Anyone who didn't roll
There
initiative,
we go.
I believe I just
It's
automatically
in the
rolled
top
initiative
right.
for everybody, so that's all good.
In the context of the Underdark, I'm like creepy, thin, Myconid tall. But in the context of anything else, not.
All right, so battle is joined. And Fungaloid, once the escalation die reaches 3, you get to perform a terrain stunt, so keep an eye on that. But we'll talk about the escalation die, I think, when it becomes relevant in just a short while. But for now, the Goblins have won initiative with an amazing 23. I should probably tell you a little bit about what you're looking at. You see about... I said dozens. It's 3/4 of a dozen. 9 goblin skirmishers are racing across the bridge toward you. And just behind them, there is a goblin shaman seemingly floating just above the bridge. He's suspended kind of in the air, and he's got like this leather mask on, covering his entire face, which has got brass valves and tubes coming out of it. And it seems like his entire kind of body is covered in these weirdly shaped kind of leather robes enveloping him entirely, and he's peering up at you through these kind of thick goggles as he floats above the bridge. Just behind him, there is a goblin with a glowing wand, kind of pointing it vaguely around just behind the shaman. But most importantly, 9 goblin skirmishers have the initiative on you, and here they come.
Oh,
9?
9.
9.
So now's a good point
not
to
4.
ask. Who was in the lead? I think, well, I guess it would have been Gamwon and Gamtu, right? Because
Certainly.
Gamtu was
Gamwon was
leading the
definitely
party out,
leading.
and Gamwon was pretending to. So I'm going to put the dwarves in front as 2 goblin skirmishers come up to Gamwon, 2 goblin skirmishers charge Gamtu, and the rest of them begin moving. Let's go. 3 of them are moving forward, and 2 of them will stay guarding their shaman master. So I've got 2 attacks coming for Gamwon. They've got tiny little clubs that they're going to try to beat you with. And they both, I kid you not, roll a natural 19 for 26. Does that hit you?
Oh man.
Versus your AC?
Oh, yeah. 26?
Versus your AC.
Yeah, just. Only
Fantastic.
just. I have a 25.
Oh!
No,
It's important to note, at this stage, I will remind you that 13th Age doesn't just have AC. It's actually got 3 defenses. If someone tries to hit you with a weapon, they're probably going to target your AC. If someone tries to blast you with a psychic spell or trick you or like feint you out, freak you out, they're probably going to try to hit your MD, your mental defense. And if someone's kind of blasting fire at you and you have to jump out of the way, then they're trying to hit your physical defense. This is kind of how we simplify things in 13th Age compared to other D20 games. We might be rolling saving throws. It's all just they're rolling attack and against your defense, which is kind of nifty. Yes, so each of those hits, I think you can see in that in the chat window, each of those hits hit you for 5 damage, Gam 1, and 2 more clubs are coming against Gam 2. One is a natural 1, and the other is a 24 versus your AC, Gam 2. How's that
24 definitely hits.
All right, fantastic.
Comfortably.
And the goblin skirmishers at the back have javelins at the ready. So Ehrlich, looks like you're hiding behind that rock there. So I think 2 javelins are going to try to find Fungaloid, and 1 is going to try to find Ehrlich. Fungaloid, I'm going to hit you with the 22 versus your AC. Is that going to hit? That was for Fungaloid. Oh, you're muted there, Fungaloid /
dear
James.
me, we are
Thank
muted.
you.
Sorry, yes, a 22 against my AC is just going to smash right through.
Excellent. Another 5 damage there. And Ehrlich, 23 versus your AC. Is that 5 damage for you as well?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, wait, quick question. Are we dealing with
Yeah.
our hit points, or are you dealing with our
Please
hit points?
do. I have enough to do.
All right. I don't actually remember how to edit that. Oh, there we go.
I
Bottom
think you
left
can-
little green fella. That's how I'm
That's
doing
it. Yeah, exactly.
doing
On your
my
health
character
bar, you can see in
But
there.
yeah.
All
Slugger
right.
boy.
That was
I
the
have an-
skirmishes.
Jackson, I have a little thing. I'm a commander. When I am hit with a melee attack, I gain 1d3 command points.
Outstanding.
Were they both melee
And
attacks?
is that when you hit or when you are hit?
It does say when you hit.
When you hit.
Yeah,
Get
as
out
in,
of here with
as
your
in
free
you
command
are
points.
correct.
Yeah. But you do start with 1 command point if you haven't
I start
already.
with 2 command points because I have a special ability.
I also have a thing. Once you're done. Can I jump in?
Sure.
So yes, when I am hit with an attack, I begin to bleed mushroom blood, or more accurately, marinade, which coats my flesh once again, causing.
Oh, I'm gonna get that mushroom.
Does someone smell stroganoff?
If I follow
Treaty be damned. Look at you, you tasty little thing.
Right. So that was the Goblins' turn. We are now going to go to Gamwon with initiative of 20.
All right. Okay, sorry. I'm just looking at what I can do. All right. I'm going to start this by bashing some goblins. So,
A bloody classic.
yeah, a classic. Who would have suspected? Let's go with a basic melee attack.
Can't beat the classics.
Can't beat the classics. I'm going to do that. All right, 17 against their AC.
17 against the Goblin Skirmishers AC will hit. They have AC 17.
And I'm going to deal 14 damage.
14 damage.
And
a
I'm
hit and
going
a
to
half.
get 1 command point.
Fantastic. All right.
Now, I have some
Yep.
quick actions as well.
By
Can
all
I?
means.
I would like to use Basic Tactical Strike. A nearby ally gets to make a basic attack as a free action.
Very good.
Can I, you know what? I'm going to trust my brother, who would never ever betray me and will defend me unto his death.
Brother!
He may make a basic attack. Doesn't say melee, it says basic attack. As a free
Outstanding.
action.
That's all good. Go for it.
Curious. I will do exactly so. Would I be able to reach the one that Gamwon's engaged with? This little dude here at the Goblin Skirmisher 2, or is that kind of out of my sphere of influence?
I would say it doesn't matter because these things are mooks, which is a fantastic variety of 13th Age character, or NPC rather. All of these Goblin Skirmishers are sharing 1 pool of hit points. So if you hit 1, it kind of flows through the rest of them.
Curious.
But to answer your question,
well, in that
I would
case-
say not. But you can reach one of the guys next to you, and it's going to work out pretty well.
I'll give him a great big smack. So I will make a basic melee attack. Have at ye. A 6.
A 6.
And I have a question, Jackson. So
Please.
I, as a cleric of the war domain, get this thing where it's once per turn. When you make a melee attack on an enemy, your allies gain +1 bonus to attacks on the enemy until the start of your next turn. This isn't my turn, right? Can I apply that now? And then also apply it on my turn for the next one?
Good question. Sure.
Once per turn. In theory, I'm on someone else's, right? So in that case, although I have missed, I've created an opening on Goblin Skirmisher 4 that hopefully my noble leader can take advantage of.
I would think so. Sorry, everyone's video
Tremendous.
is just frozen. I can still hear you,
Oh.
except for James. That's so weird. Look at that. Give me 1 second while I fix that.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
Fantastic. 1, 2, and 3. You're all back. Apologies for that interruption. All right.
dancing.
Yeah, that was delightful as you all came back on.
Jackson, I have a game-based question.
As always.
My basic tactical strike has a recharge 11+. Do I roll that now, or do I recharge at the start of
At the
next
end
turn?
of the battle, recharges once per battle.
Oh, I see.
Ooh.
So you can use it once for your battle, and then at the end of the battle, you can roll to recharge it. If you get it back, great. If not, try again at the end of the next battle.
Okay, but every battle we do, I have a chance to recharge it.
Exactly right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So after all that nonsense, after Gamwon has jumped in with a command, it is now. That was the end of Gamwon's turn, right? I believe.
I'm
Does that sound
done.
right? Fantastic.
All done.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so I'm going to go to the goblin with the wand. What has he got?
a wand.
I don't think he has anything special right now. I think he's still biding his time.
Uh-oh.
Scheming goblin.
Yeah, he's very shifty. That's fine. So instead... Oh, the Goblin Skirmishers have ended up in the initiative twice. So instead we go to Ehrlich.
All right. Get that halberd going.
Hello. Sorry. Yes. Well, I'm sort of vaguely out of the range of things, am I not?
You are, but you can swim straight through your enemies, if your allies, if you so desire.
Nah, because I've got another thing. Halberd's great, but longbow might also be really good right about now. So I'm gonna pull it out, and given that I think because if I'm tall, taller than Fungaloid, and Fungaloid is 5'10", I'm gonna go Eric's like 6'4", 6'5", something like that, like just ridiculously solid. So I'm just going to shoot over the top of all of these lovely goblins directly at men with shiny stick. Do not like.
Fantastic. Have a roll.
Question.
Shoot.
No, I'll do that in a sec. Can I smite with a longbow?
Yeah, it's not very smitey. What does your character sheet say?
So once per battle, before you attack, declare you are smiting.
Yes, I guess you
hard.
can. Doesn't say melee attack, so smite away.
It doesn't, but
Nope, smite away.
feel-
I love it.
lovely. In that
This
case,
is
I am
one-
going to smite with a longbow during this battle because I don't like things with magic. They are concerning. Magic. So I will click the toggle on the smite. Do I click to... I'm just going to click the smite, and it says smite evil, but I'm pretty
Let's see what
sure
it does.
Did it do the thing?
Smite.
Let's find out if he's evil.
16 against the goblin with the glowing wand. Is that right?
Well, it'll be less because it's ranged attack, and smite apparently is adding my... I'm very confused. Oh yeah, no, I just rolled real shit. So it should be
Lucky.
6 plus 5, so 15 against AC.
Well, your range attack is slightly better, right? +4 to bonus to hit. That's been included. +6.
No, plus 5 for a basic ranged attack.
I've got your basic range attack at 6, interestingly.
My sheet has basic melee
buff.
attack at 6.
Free buff.
Sure, I'll take it. So yeah, +6.
That's bizarre. I must have fixed it. It must be an error. No, we'll go with yours because this is straight from the scenario. Sorry. So that was just a miss, as you were.
Well, no, it isn't.
But-
Because on a miss, I do half damage.
Fantastic. So roll your damage and then halve it when you're done. Oh, my goodness.
What's that half? 20, 25. Half
Becomes
is-
12.
12.
There you go.
Far out.
Very well done.
Missed.
That's a big
All
bloody
right.
number.
I would like to say I call on my liege, the elf queen, and say, my lady, please smite small goblin with glowy stick. I do not like his face.
And would you like to move at all? On your turn, you have your standard action, you have a move action, and you have
Yes,
a
I
quick
would like
action.
to swing back behind the wall. Do not like javelin in ass.
Go for it.
So I will put myself properly behind the wall now as a cover/defensive mechanism.
All right. So after all that nonsense, it is Fungaloid up next.
Excellent. Yes. I will swing out my fungal rifle, pop up a shot, and then I plan to spin and go sprinting back to the approximate safety of out of javelin range.
What
In
a
the meantime-
move.
Yes. So I also have a feature called Lethal Hunter, where I can select a target once per battle, and my crit range on them increases by 3, and I can choose either a group of mooks, like the creatures in front of us, or I could actually choose one of the 2 bizarre goblins at the back.
Exactly right.
I am overwhelmed by the idea of a steampunk goblin shaman, so much so that I will mark them with my lethal hunter ability, and then fire off a shot as I load some of myself into my gun, which is also me, and fire myself.
That is incredibly disturbing. But go ahead.
All right, a basic ranged attack coming up. Fantastic. 9 versus AC. That doesn't look very good. Can I use my archery talent? 1 per battle. Reroll a missed ranged attack. My reroll has a bonus 2 to hit and also increases the crit range again.
Outstanding. I think you should probably do that.
Okay, let's do that and go. That's better. 20 to hit. And the crit range for this is increased by 4.
So that means if you rolled a natural 16, then that's a crit. Did you roll a natural 16?
I appear to have rolled a natural 13, so that will not be a crit.
Not a crit, but a 20 is absolutely a hit. What's the damage?
16.
16. All right. Your aim is true. Your fungal rifle bullet or spore, whatever it is, flies true straight toward the goblin shaman, right between his eyes, but stops just short of his face.
Ooh.
It stops in midair. And at the point that it stops in midair, there's kind of like a shimmer in the air, like reflection on a pool. The shimmer kind of travels out around a cube. You realize that he's not flying. He's encased in an enormous cube. An enormous, almost clear, jelly-like cube.
Oh my god.
The snorkel and the breathing tubes, their use becomes apparent as you realize you are facing down an enormous cultivated gelatinous cube who you just hit for 16 damage.
Excellent. That's fantastic.
Does he seem hilarious. To be in charge of the cube in some way? Like,
I think the cube leads this party.
As the cube becomes visible, your eyes are drawn to the goblin with the glowing wand. And as you look at its glowing wand, you realize maybe it's not a wand. There are tiny sparks coming off it. And you realize that the goblin with the wand was pointing and shoving at a point just behind the shaman. That is what occurs to you.
Oh my god.
As we go
That's
to
such
Gamtu.
a goblin strategy.
It is such a goblin strategy.
All right.
This is the most goblin encounter I've ever seen in my life.
Before I lose my turn, can I quickly make my movement?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. I'm just going to nip into here, if that's all right.
Oh, very good. Excellent choice.
So Gamwon has struck down one of them. So I yell, "A bold strike, sir, and look as the cowards flee. A worthy opponent bears itself for you." I'm going to cut down at one of these goblins in front of me. I'm just going to use my normal ability. Jackson, when we roll recovery rolls, is it this 3d8 plus 3?
Yes, you will.
Okay, because I've got a bunch of healing stuff, but it feels a bit early for that. So I'm just going to give him a big smack. That's an 18 to hit.
18 is outstanding. What's the damage?
That is 18 damage.
18. That's amazing. That is enough to take down 2 of them instantly.
So I have a great big warhammer, which I crush through them. I sort of splatter them against the wall. And so again, when I make an attack against something, allies targeting get +1, but I've killed both of those. So I imagine that's not going to do a whole lot for, say, Goblin Skirmisher 2. Right in front of Gamwon, my noble leader. Can I apply my +1 because I targeted them? Or no, it's +1. Like when others attack, it's my war domain thing.
Oh.
If I attack something, other allies get +1 bonus to attacks against it.
Yeah.
Could I apply it to Skirmisher too?
I would apply that to the whole mob. That's fair.
Okay, awesome. All right,
fantastic.
That ends my turn. If anything, I'll step forward to absorb some hits from the others.
Good man. All right. At that, the cultivated cube has a turn. And what can it do? I think it's just going to... I think it can charge. I think it's got enough move. It's going to charge straight through the goblins who know to get out of the way and is going to try to schlorp Gamwon, of course.
Excuse me?
Bringing...
Is that a technical term?
I kid you not, it has an attack called Schlorp. Of course, bringing the skirmisher, the shaman, that much closer. All right, here comes the Schlorp attack.
Mm-hmm.
And it rolls a natural 1. 8 versus your AC. I think that's not going to do much.
If we can get that goddamn taser, we are seizing control of this cube and riding it the rest of the adventure.
I don't
I'm
hate
going
it.
for it. I'm getting that taser. And you get the snorkel. Don't break the snorkel.
I
Roger.
can doing this.
Wait, I'm in charge here. You get the taser, and I'll get the snorkel.
An excellent suggestion, my lord.
As we go to the Goblin Shaman in the steampunk suit, and what has he got? He has got a poison fog that he can drop on up to 3 of you. So it looks like Fungaloid is well and truly clear. But for the rest of you, Gamwon, 24 versus PD. Gamtu, 14 versus PD. And Ehrlich, 13 versus PD. Did I just hit Gamwon?
Just missed me.
Yeah, you got me. You got me.
All
Why are
right.
all the massive hits on me? Like, it seems...
No, it's because they understand you as a threat, oh glorious.
And because
Oh,
you're
yeah, you're
heroically
right.
placed at the front, sir.
You're the shiniest target. All right, 5 poison damage right now, plus 5 ongoing poison damage on your turns.
Oh dear,
Or-
and I think it is about to be my turn pretty soon.
Save 11 or move toward the shaman.
Oh, what does that say? Let me see what the details on that is. Moving, yeah, if you move toward the shaman, well, I mean, you're already right in his face. The only way you can move toward him is getting in that cube.
Getting that
but
cube.
For now, it is the Goblin Skirmisher's turn, and 3 of them are already dead, so I'm just going to move them out of the way here. 2 of these are cowering behind the cube, which will give them a bonus to the defenses, but they can still chuck some javelins your ways. So Fungaloid
Like
is
through
well and truly
through the
gone.
cube.
Yeah, I don't see why not, or straight over. So Gamwon, you're getting 2 javelins. 15 and 21 versus your AC.
15, and what was the second one?
21.
Ooh, the 21 will hit me.
That's fair. 5 damage, as you can see there in the chat. And Gamtu, you are gaining some clubs to your knees. 10 and a 26 versus your AC. As you can see
26
right
definitely
there.
hits.
Chat's having a hard time updating to the stream, but that's all right.
So I'll take 5 damage.
You sure will. And the 2
You
of these
little
will move,
shit.
2 of these guys will move back to defend the tender. The tamer. All right, so after all of that nonsense, we are up to Gamwon, and we're up to the second round of combat where something exciting happens. Now that we've hit the second round, I am going to increase the dramaticness of the music. And we have an escalation die come in at 1. The escalation die is a fantastic 13th age mechanic because all of your kind of senses are sharpened by the adrenaline, your muscles bulge, your mind becomes more keen, and you all add a +1 to all of your attacks, which is pretty neat.
Jack,
Hell yeah.
May I ask, I'm so sorry, did those goblin skirmishers actually make attacks, or did they just move in? No, they did make attacks. Okay,
They
my
did
bad.
make attacks.
I missed that. They were just
They got
so
me right in the
overwhelming.
knees.
That's quite all right. I think one of you hit one of them. Yes, one of each of them hit them. But of course, the Fungaloid are quite safe
Perfect.
behind the rocks there. With all of that out of the way, Gamwon,
Now, I take 5 poison damage on my turn, correct?
correct, Amundo.
Do I do it at the
Lucky,
beginning or at the
lucky.
end?
Take the damage. It doesn't really matter, but go ahead and take the damage now. And you
Okay,
make your
do I
saving
s-
throw.
Do I
at the
make a
end.
saving throw at the end?
You
Okay.
can. That doesn't really matter. You can make the saving throw after you've taken the damage. That's fine.
I've taken the damage. I'd like to make the saving throw. Shall I hit the big save button, or is
That's
that
an
a...
excellent button to hit. I highly recommend it.
Well, I thought it might save my character sheet or something. 'cause
That is what I thought that did.
A 5 is not going to save.
That's weird, because it came up as green, which I do associate as a good sign, so my heart went up for a second.
Too bad. A saving throw in 13th age is simply normally an 11 or better. It's just a straight roll with modifiers. If an effect says you need a hard save, then you need to roll 16. If it's an easy save, you just need to roll a 6. That's the story.
All right, I have another question. Am I able to attack the shaman inside the cube,
You
or
can
do I have to attack
certainly
the cube?
You can certainly try. It's not. You don't have great odds, but have a go if you like.
Well, I don't like
Come
I
on,
don't
mate.
love that. And at what point do I try to go towards the cube?
Because you're already in its face, I'm going to say that if you want to end that effect from the poison cloud, you're going to have to like jump inside the cube, which is,
Oh, so
certainly
if I
heroic.
choose, Sorry, if I choose to move towards it, it will end the poison damage?
Yeah, because you can't breathe the poison gas if you're inside.
If I'm in
Gelatinous
the cube.
Yeah. I think that's entirely reasonable. But up to
yeah.
you whether it's sensible.
Yeah, it sounds... No, 100%, that's reasonable. I'm going to get in the cube. So the
He's
poison
a goddamn hero.
So the poison effect ends. I'm
The
no
poison
longer
effect
poisoned.
ends, you are no longer poisoned.
I'm inside the cube.
You are inside the
I
cube.
would like to attack the steampunk goblin.
Have a go.
What's your weapon?
It's a mace.
So it's like the least effective to be using in a cube.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna turn you into jelly.
I immediately regret my action. Let's go.
Paper, scissors, rock, jelly.
14.
14 doesn't look real strong.
Doesn't it? Okay, in that case, I will use Moment of Glory. When I rolled initiative, I rolled a d4. As a free action, I can add that to an attack roll or saving throw made by me or an ally. So that becomes an 18.
18 is exactly what you needed to hit it. Well, actually, it's more than what you needed because of my friend down there, the escalation die.
Oh yeah.
I love the escalation mechanic.
All right,
think
so I
it's
hit
very cool.
You
for
hit.
7 damage.
Excellent.
Ooh, that is a lot of ones. on those
As I
dice.
said, your odds weren't good. Your mace cleaves through the cube, sending bits of it flying, but the thickness of the gelatinous substance absorbs your mace before your mace reaches the shaman. But you have dealt damage to the cube, and you are inside the cube. You are stuck fast. You are weakened, which means you now have -4 to all of your attacks and defenses, and you take 5 ongoing acid damage. Ah.
Nice one.
Oh, well, that was the 5 poison damage that I would have taken anyway. So, net neutral.
Yep. There you are.
I regret my actions.
That was fun. But now we'll go to the Goblin Cube Tender, who is now going to charge ahead and goad the cube. Which means instead of attacking, he is going to allow a nearby cultivated cube to make a free schlorp attack.
Oh.
So the Goblin Cube Tender realizes this is his moment of glory. He runs across the bridge. He has a glowing wand held high as sparks fly from it, sticks it into the cube, which does 5 damage, but he doesn't care. He's having such a great time. The cultivated cube will once again try to schlorp Gamwon, who is inside it, and will roll 24 versus AC.
I can be schlorped when inside?
Oh yeah, it's actively schlorping you.
Ooh, I do not like being schlorped.
24 versus your AC, and it
Oh,
does 10
God.
acid damage for you there.
Okay, and in that case, I will use my Dwarven power, which is once per battle. When I'm hit, I can heal a recovery.
Oh, good call.
But
if
if
the
you
es-
get half of it, I believe.
if the escalation dice is less than 2, the escalation dice
Which it
is
is.
2.
I think, no, it's 1, dude.
Oh,
It's
it's
one.
1? Oh,
It's
damn.
1.
Okay, I thought
First
it was-
round of combat,
okay.
the escalation is at 0. And
You know
now
what?
it escalates.
I'm gonna do it anyway because I need some health. So that will become 7 health.
Fantastic. Heal yourself and spend one of your recoveries. You should have about 8 recoveries. Take that down by 1.
Yep. That's exactly
All
right.
right. As we go to Ehrlich.
Hello. I see there is giant cube in front of face. Duh. Good. Bow away. Halberd out. Time to take
Ellie.
cube into very small little pieces of other cube and get the tiny screaming, tiny to me, screaming dwarf out from cube. I'm going to hit it very hard with Halberd.
Be careful.
Don't worry,
my
I do
king.
this for a living. Sort of. Yes, I will smack it.
Go ahead and smack it. 11 versus AC is not enough to hit that cube.
That is insulting. I've rolled a 5 and a 6.
Try again.
I can't. That's
No,
why.
I use my ability called Try Again.
Oh.
One nearby ally can re-roll an attack if they just made.
Very good. Let's
Hey,
try
nice.
again.
All right, I'm going to move Gamwon into the cube.
Oh, that's way better.
That looks good.
25 sounds
It's a
much
19.
better. Natural 19, yeah, for sure. Let me see. Is there anything about... Nope, that's all good. Go ahead and roll that damage.
I'm slightly annoyed that I didn't roll naturally even. Boo.
Hey!
That's not
19 damage
No,
is
19.
outstanding. All right. There is not much of this cube left. You realize that you've been hacking it to pieces. Bits of jelly are flying everywhere, and it seems like there's only just enough to contain like the shaman and Gamwon swimming around at his feet. It's like a very thin barrier of jelly now between you and them.
I smacked it with melee.
You sure did.
Great, I'm gonna challenge it.
You're going to challenge it? What does that
Yup.
mean?
You and me, Cube.
Like in court?
Smash Bros.
No, I'll be like, but the name
Mario
of the
Kart.
Elf Queen, you spit that out. It's bad for you. I am going to use my Paladin's Challenge talent, because it just says I can do this when I hit an enemy. When you hit an enemy with a melee attack, you may challenge them. Avast, duh. Until the end of battle, you and your challenged foe have a -4 penalty to attacks on other targets, and a -4 penalty to attempt to disengage with one another. So it is now not able to schlop our lovely friend, the dwarf, unless
Dwarf.
it wants a -4 to do
good.
so.
It's pretty good.
I don't know what happens when it dies, like whether that challenge drops and I don't get a -4 to hit things
I
anymore.
would say so, yeah, for sure.
Because that seems
You
weird.
defeated
otherwise.
it, yeah.
I would say
Yeah.
so.
But
All
yeah,
right.
until that thing is dead, come at me, bro.
Whatever strands of consciousness that power a gelatinous cube goes ahead and narrows into you. It is coming after you next. But in the meantime, we're on to Fungaloid, who are
Excellent.
hiding behind the
Yeehaw.
rocks.
Yes, we
Nice.
dart out from behind the rocks and we spin about. Our fungal rifle is like an extension of our arm, because it is. And we fire a shot off at the gelatinous cube. This will be a basic ranged attack, but my hunter's mark is still in effect. So here we go, basic melee attack. That's a melee attack. Ignore that. I need to make a basic ranged attack. There we go. 26 versus AC, which is a
Have that.
19. Because of my hunter's mark, that is a critical.
Outstanding! Wait, was your hunter's mark on the cube or the... It was on the cube.
Well, actually, technically, it was on the thing inside the cube. I don't know how you want to
I'll
treat
take
that.
it. No, that's a great point. You actually can't target the shaman, but you are targeting the cube, so that's totally fine. All right, so a critical hit in 13th Age is just roll the dice as normal, and when you're done, double it.
Okay, so we are going to deal 19 times 2 for a total of 38 damage.
Jeez Louise.
Outstanding. What happens to this cube? Describe it in all of the gory detail.
I, flip some lever on my fungal rifle and load in a section of particularly powerful spores, which fires off like a shotgun, smashing into the creature. I howl in pain because I've just fired a lot of myself that's exploded. But the cube is blown away as networks like neurons fire through it, shearing it apart and collapsing it to the ground, leaving our dwarven commander shivering, covered in little bits of slime, but okay in the midst of all this dead cube.
That was gross, dude.
Ew.
Someone also knows a lot about mushrooms.
All right. So as the
Mushrooms.
cube bursts into puddles and globs of jelly, the steampunk goblin smashes to the ground, no longer being held aloft by the buoyancy of the jelly, smashes to the ground on the bridge as we go to Gamtu.
Okay, as the cube explodes around Gamwon, I yell, "Well done, sir! You all saw it. You killed it from inside." And then I run and hit the goblin shaman with my mace, and I'm also going to use my heal as a quick action to heal Gamwon. So Tricky, you roll your recovery +6, and it does count as one of your recovery uses. So reduce it down to whatever number that is. And meanwhile, I will make an attack with this button. Fear the 8.
I should have mentioned before, whenever you spend a recovery, you can either take the average or you can roll for it if you want to try to beat the average, but you might not beat the average.
I'm gonna roll for it because I live on the
hell
edge.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
You lost 2.
I'd like to stop living on the edge. Can I
But you do
closer to the
add
middle?
6 to that, so 19 total.
19, okay. Now I have to do proper math. 17
and-
plus 19.
Gamwon, I've never told you of my cleric abilities. You just think I'm a subpar fighter. So this is your inner courage coming back.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I prefer that.
As you overcome the odds and continue to be the hero that the Dwarf Empire needs. I missed my attack though. So ends my turn.
But the
Jackson,
good news
can I be
about-
right up in their grill? Like kind of...
Absolutely, you can engage with them.
I'll tear up over here.
As most heroic 13th age characters do, you do a little bit of damage on a miss. You do 3 damage.
that's
to
right.
it as you kind of psych him out.
It's
All
on the board.
right. The steampunk goblin shaman is up next. He pulls his mask off as tubes go flying everywhere and says, "You killed my pet." Instead of making a melee attack, actually, he doesn't have a melee weapon of his own. So he uses his attack to make Goblin Skirmisher hit you for free, which is disappointing. But there you go. And we'll roll a natural 1. So that was the shaman's turn. It seems like now that his cube is gone, he's really not much to reckon with. But now it is the Goblin Skirmisher's turn, and they more than half of them were hiding behind that cube. So someone should go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
There you go.
Got it.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, look at the first one to come. Oh my goodness.
That's good
Is
for
that
us,
good or
right?
bad?
That's a good.
good or
That's
bad?
a good 6.
6 goblins skirmishers turn and flee in terror, scattering to the
yeah.
9
Oh,
winds.
yes.
As
That's
their
all of them.
as their giant cube disintegrates around them. So
I
it's
take
like
credit for that. That was me. That was me that did it.
the shaman has hit the deck and gone, "You hit him!" And the skirmisher has walked up to Gamtu, smacked him with a natural 1, and realized he's not getting paid enough for this, and has scattered to the 9 winds. As we go to escalation 2, and you're all now adding 2 to your attacks. Oh, and I should probably tell you whose turn it is. It is Gamwon's turn. There you go.
All right, get ready to get bonked, steampunk goblin.
You do add +1 from my war nonsense, so +3 total with the escalation dice.
Oh, so that becomes
For everyone, or
Yeah, anyone that targets the gobbo.
not great. It becomes not great. It's what that becomes. I believe that's a natural 1. Yeah.
Nice one.
It might
still
just
rolled
be.
a 10.
Natural gam.
All right. So leaving does that leave Gamwon's heroic turn behind?
I do believe it will. Yes. I don't think
Still
I
do
could.
your miss damage on a 1.
Look
Yeah,
at
as
this.
always.
Yeah.
He shows mercy to those that would not give it to another.
I do.
Gives them a chance to flee. He is a noble leader.
All right. So combat is heating up now that we're on escalation 2, and we go to the Goblin Cube Tender, who has no cube to tend. So kind of. Yep.
It's just gonna exist.
All he can do is try to zap someone with his cattle prod, his goblin cattle prod. And he's gonna make a dart for Fungaloid, since you were the one who killed his pet. So Gamtu, you can have an opportunity attack as he runs past you, but he does not
How
care.
about you? So it's just a basic melee attack, is that right?
It is, yeah.
Get it up, yeah. 12 plus the escalation
12.
dice is only 14.
14 is not going to hit him, but with
Does it
a
run past
Take
me as
3
well?
damage.
sure, that's fair enough.
I mean,
Go
like,
ahead
I don't,
and roll
I'm
that.
right behind. I just
Yeah,
don't know
no,
whether-
yeah, I see that. I just saw the map. Go ahead and make a white one as well.
Very good. Basic melee.
Basic melee with no bells or whistles.
That would be 19 against AC with the escalation.
That is just enough to hit. What's the damage?
10.
10 damage, and he hits the Fungaloid with his
Up.
cattle prod.
Just
Yes.
a second.
Yeah, he is.
Hit harder. And I'm going to use hit harder to let you re-roll some of those dice. You can choose to re-roll the dice that you want.
Oh, there's
There
two
you
ones
go.
in there
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
Nice.
Yes.
How many rolls can I do?
As
You
many
can
dice as
re-roll
you
as
like.
many as you like.
Oh,
So you can
well, let's
keep-
re-roll those 2 ones then.
Yeah, so you can keep that 5 and re-roll the 2 1s if you like.
5's technically below average. I shoot for the moon.
I love just yelling like, hit harder.
I mean, sure, I can re-roll all 3d10 and possibly get worse.
Yeah, re-roll all 3.
All right, let's do it.
If you get worse, I'd be amazed.
There we go,
17.
17 plus 3 is 20.
Oh, is that plus?
Plus your attack, right? Your basic melee attack
17.
is 3d10 plus 3.
3, which is 20. I mean, I actually, if I'd kept
Doubles
the 5,
your damage.
If I'd
It
kept
was
the 5,
technically better, yeah.
yes.
So, the goblin with the glowing cattle prod was not going to hit Fungaloid with his puny attack anyway. Not that he gets a chance. He dies before he reaches the Fungaloid. How does he die?
I mean, I probably just like turn around, and I'm used to going for people's midrifts because that's, you know, disembowelment's a nice way to. But this thing comes up to my kneecap, so I just head like straight through brain, just like cleaves the top
Beautiful.
of the skull off.
I like that the body has also continued to walk until it reached me. So it ran
Yeah.
steps headless before pitching forward.
That's
Oh,
exactly
that,
it.
What is it? Is it Underworld where like someone gets cut and their face just slides in half? Yeah.
It's something gross like that. Regardless, it would normally be Eric's turn yet, but instead, it still is Eric's turn, but before Eric has a chance to move, the steampunk goblin kind of slowly unbuckles the rest of his face mask and kind of slowly peels his acid-resistant robes off and just kind of holds it up. It goes, they're nice robes.
I
Just
formally accept your surrender, goblin representative.
I chop its head off.
Oh, you
All right.
are an evil bastard.
Yes.
I like to think I'm holding the acid resistant roll, and then just blood streaks across my face. As well.
All right.
Actually, may I wipe my halberd on the robes and then put it away?
Of course, you should. But you may not
Did
want
you want
to.
me to roll for that, by the way?
No, that amused me terribly. That's fine. All right. The only treasure worth salvaging in the goblin's possession is, of course, this robe of acid resistance. Someone.
There is one other piece of treasure. I would like to snag that cattle prod, please.
Yeah, taser feels like a grab, right?
You certainly could. It does a flat 5 damage, which is considerably
Oh, it's best to
less.
have it.
Considerably less than your
But
other.
it's shock damage. I'm sure.
Yeah.
lightning
I will
damage
snag it, for I have plans.
This is acid resistant robe. Can I just like wear that over top of my armor, or does it have to replace what I'm
Ooh.
wearing?
That's a good question.
'Cause
he
otherwise-
he was wearing on top. It is goblin sized as well, which makes it a bit trickier.
Just goes out to like here.
Strictly speaking, it is light armor. Is any of
Okay.
you wearing light
who
armor
wears
already?
light armor?
I
Absolutely.
reckon the Myconid's the best chance, right? The
Yeah, let
Fungaloid.
me take a look.
Heavy.
Mushroom boy.
That's me.
Mushroom plural.
Light armor? If not, this is going in the
Mushroom
water.
boys.
This is going off the bridge.
You actually don't have any
No,
armor
no.
listed, so I
Can
presume
be.
that makes total sense. I think you're probably butt naked.
There you go. All right,
Yes.
you have acid resistance armor now, Myconid.
Yeah, if you would like to take it.
I will take it. We will repay this debt. You have done a kindness to Fungaloid. And I'll pull you into a delicious hug.
That's delightful. All right. Fungaloid has a robe of acid resistance. As soon as you put it on, you get a permanent +1 to your AC. If you look in the bottom right corner of your character sheet, you will see a little blue number where it says AC. You can turn that to 1, and that will buff your AC.
Okay, fantastic. I will
You
do
also
so.
have You may want to just make a note of this. You have acid resistance 12, which means if someone attacks you with an acid attack and their die is less than 12, it does nothing to you at all.
Oh, that is phenomenal.
Very good. And as with all magic items in 13th Age, it comes with a quirk. I don't know if we talked about this last time we played, but magic items in 13th Age have personalities of their own. And as soon as you put one on or you start using one, some of its personality starts to rub off on you. And this particular robe of acid resistance has an obsession with skincare routines.
Oh,
And so every now and then, Fungaloid will just have the urge to exfoliate and re-moisturize.
You have to rub a lot of oils in there, like canola and olive.
olive oil.
How was the skin on the goblin one that we killed? The one that was wearing previously.
It was utterly
Unblemished?
baby smooth from all of the acid.
Turn you into slippers.
There you go.
I'll indulge that urge immediately. And as Fungaloid, part of the Fungaloid hive mind, I do not have a great comprehension of individuality. So after, stepping back from my wounded embrace partner and looking across all the terrible hacks and slashes that cover you, I will walk over to Gamtu and start to attempt to treat Gamtu for injuries that Gamwon has.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
I'd like to get
Because all
a
dwarves
pot
look the
and
same
go.
to you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'd like to get a pot and go around and pick up the bits of mushroom that he projectiled into the thing, pop them in the pot for later.
I would
Still
like to
gross.
stand in the center of all of this and look very bemused.
You do so. All right. So
Extremely strange bunch of creatures.
after all that nonsense, you are able to set off once again from the goblins' ambush site and move on through the Writhing Caves, where just like before, as we go to the second part of this montage, there is some terrible hazardous peril, something to do with the tunnels moving around you, or storms of wild magic billowing through, or stalactites falling like spears. Someone tell me what exactly the Writhing Caves, the sorcerous magic that has corrupted this place, has in store for the party next.
I've got one. Okay.
Oh, no, you go.
Oh, no. After you. You go.
Okay. As we breach into a large open section, like a cavern, we realize that there is a massive, like 2-story tall egg in the center in a makeshift nest. And if it was, unmoving, that'd be fine. But with each step we take on the floor to get around it, we realize the tremors are being mirrored in the egg itself, which is beginning to crack and crumble.
Yikes.
All right. Let me. Can I take this one?
Absolutely. If Gamwon has the solution, then Gamwon has the solution. Realize exactly what the party has to do to get around this hazard.
Now, here's a little thing you might not know about Gamwon. Is although I was born to be I'm born as a noble scion to be the next leader of my clan, what my true passion is in song. And I was a minstrel for many a year. And so I sing to the egg in a high-pitched whistling tone that sounds as if it is a mother bird coming to attend the egg, which calms the egg down. Ooh, ooh.
It is beautiful. Just
We
because we haven't
managed
had
to pass unseen.
just because we haven't had a skill check yet, why don't you go ahead and roll that background?
Sure.
So in 13th Age, skill checks are decided by both your ability score, which I guess in this case would be charisma, and also a background. You have 8 points of backgrounds to spend. And how many points do you have in your minstrel background?
I have 4 points in my minstrel background.
Outstanding. So thanks to your minstrel background, you're going to roll a charisma skill check and add 4. Oh my goodness. I think
That's
a
a big
29
number.
will do
Silence,
very nicely. All right, so with a 29, sure enough, this enormous egg stops shuddering and shaking and squeaking, and you lullaby it back to rest just before you find out what terrible, magically corrupted giant beast might have spawned here in the Writhing Caverns.
We'll never know.
You will never know. Very well done. So as you round this giant egg and it starts, it kind of recedes into the darkness behind you, you realize that you've got a glimpse as the Writhing Caverns split in front of you of 3 possible destinations. You're pretty sure Iona's directions will guide you true to the Flint Chasm, as long as you continue on your current path where you were told that Owl-Beard's lair lies. Off in another direction, however, you can see an underground tower, and it's surrounded by what seem to be some species of underground owl. Owls. And you're hunting a wizard called Owl-Beard, so that's probably nothing. Definitely nothing there. And finally, in yet another direction, you see something else that you're not expecting to find. You see strands of silvery webbing strung across the tunnel,
No.
which Eric will immediately recognize. Eric, that's not ordinary spider webbing. That is a trap set by dark elves to alert any intruders of their presence as an early warning system. There are drow dark elves down here, which Iona did not warn you about. The choice of paths is before you. What do you do?
Well, we must decide which of the 2 paths we're going down.
3.
Nuh-uh.
2.
Which one is the one we're not going to? The one that we've been told to?
No, the one with the bleeding spiders.
Yeah, the one with the webbing.
Oh, that is not spiders.
What is it then? Elves. You can't trust
Worse.
an elf. Worse.
I would be offended, but offended is usually meaning death, so perhaps not. Sorry, death for everyone else. Da.
You're a hard person to like. Has anyone ever told you that, Eric?
I mean, I am diplomat.
That is perplexing.
Do many people like diplomats? I have yet to come across them.
Generally, I thought it was their job to be liked.
No, it's their job to make
Every passing moments, you see flashes of silver shield dwarves dying on the battlefield above, being slain by their brethren.
I
Time
cannot.
is short.
Okay, I think let's go to the owl one.
That seems like obvious trap. I am with you.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right.
Well, the best thing to do with a trap is to walk headfirst into it.
Very surprised
Knowing
you're
that there
not
is a
working.
trap is half of it.
Yeah.
I am surprised you're not going towards web then.
I think we'll head towards the owls.
What do you think, small fungus men?
We
Yes.
agree with the dwarves.
That is also perplexing.
Delicious and educated.
We have
Fantastic.
no time. With every moment that passes, your brethren that have been struck down on the field decide to have a snack. We must hurry.
You approach the tower. You have broached this cavern, upon which you notice a few things immediately. This tower wasn't built down here. It's made of metal, and it seems to be sitting at an unlikely angle. And also, it doesn't quite fit into the cave because the upper levels seem to have embedded themselves in the rock and the ceiling. Probably some kind of magical transportable tower has found itself down here, which is not that unusual in the Dragon Empire because we have living dungeons in this world, dungeons which swim through the ground and eat smaller dungeons and towns and the like. So it's not crazy, but it is weird. Not only is it not a normal tower, but the owls flapping around the tower aren't normal owls. They're bigger and they're meaner, and they have black feathers and eyes that glow an eerie green. Not only that, but they all seem to have something clutched in their talons. It's hard to tell at this distance, but it seems to be some kind of nesting material, which, you know, birds, that's what they do. Another thing you notice, there's someone in the tower. There are lights shining through the gaps, but some of the windows are barricaded, probably to keep the owls out. That is what you notice.
I would like to posit that owls are carrying keys. Do not ask me why I think that. I just do.
This is a dumb question, Jackson, but I'd feel silly if I didn't ask it. Do the owls have beards?
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly valid question.
That's a perfectly valid question, but I can't think of a way to answer it without making it sound like a dumb question. No, Jamie, the owls don't have beards.
In this circumstance, these specific owls do not have beards.
Ask for each owl individually.
The nesting material they're carrying isn't clearly
Beards?
beard.
You would have to have some kind of wisdom check to try to spot them off in a distance. And any backgrounds you might have to help you with spotting things at a great distance, or owls in particular.
Yes, I have the tracker background at 5 as part of being a ranger.
I respect that. Yep, go ahead and add your tracking background and roll a wisdom roll as a perceiving kind of check.
Coming up. 19.
19 is fantastic. Yeah, look, it is not just any nesting material. As your kind of, I imagine you've got like Fungaloid kind of lenses, kind of sharpened to kind of take in more. It's like you're like one of those snipers with your Fungaloid rifle. Your fungus lenses sharpen your eyesight, and they are. You're right. It's not just ordinary nesting material. It is strands of hair. Long hair.
Knew it.
Long, brown, coarse hair.
Okay.
And we're after owl beard. Right?
I will relay this information we will relay this information to the rest of the party.
Do the owls seem aware of our arrival?
If they are, they haven't betrayed it. It's kind of like the birds. They're just kind of flapping around, perching on different things, sometimes oddly still and sometimes somewhat restless, but they all seem to be focused on the tower.
All right.
Shall we try the diplomat's approach and just walk up and say aye? I mean, one of us is a diplomat, so...
Are you suggesting I walk and say hello to owls?
No, the fella in the tower. We'll be there as well. I'm just saying, like, it seems a sensible enough. No point killing things.
Perhaps we could approach from the rear and avoid detection by the owls.
I am no ornithologist, so perhaps.
Why don't we form two groups? One will approach from the front and can be all cordial and nice, and the other will approach from the rear and be all sneaky and killer.
And whichever group makes it out shall mourn the other.
Agreed.
You said you want forward group to be nice, so I assume you want me to go round the back.
I'm glad I didn't have to explicitly state it.
I am not stupid, small dwarf man.
The outside.
All right. Do you want to come with me, Gamtu?
Always.
All right, so who's going to the front door?
Gamwon and Gamtu.
The dwarves, and that means Fungaloid and Ehrlich are sneaking around the rear, is that right?
Well, I'm in heavy armor, so I don't really know how well I sneak.
There are no mechanics
all
about
in heavy armor
and
almost.
stealth.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you roll a dex check, and if you have a relevant background to spend, all the better.
I mean, spiders are pretty stealthy and quiet, are they not?
What are you talking about? What background are you about to talk me into allowing you to use?
I'm an acolyte of the Golden Weaver, which is a worship of the golden orb spider, which is very much a creature that is quiet and ambushes its prey.
And you're telling me that as part of your acolyte training, what would you have to do?
I was taught to be quiet and patient like the spider.
Of course. I'll allow it. Fungaloid, would you like to make a dexterity check as well with a relevant background?
Yes, I think I'll argue my tracker background again. Lying in wait, tracking the beasts that hunted my Fungaloid brethren.
I will respect that. Go ahead and make your dex rolls.
Okay, coming right up.
This is not bad.
13,
Ooh.
29. Outstanding. All right. Fungaloid disappears into the cavern and is able to pretty well keep Ehrlich hidden as well. So the two of you vanish into the night, and we'll probably get back to you in a while. But in the meantime, Gamwon, Gamtu, what are the dwarves doing?
I think we march up to the front door and knock politely.
You take point, sir, and I'll hold all your things. Make a good impression and whatnot.
Thank you, Gamtu. Always appreciated.
I get a little rag and a spray bottle, and as we're walking up, I'm just any of the blood and slime from the previous battle. I get a comb through his hair. And spit. Very good. All right, we're ready to go. No,
just a little. All right.
That was disturbing. All right. Gamwon and Gamtu approach the door, and as you peer through the keyhole or crack in the barricades, you see a weird figure. It's a blue-skinned human, apparently completely hairless, shaved, bald, and a kind of a bright cerulean, dressed in a filthy wizard's robe. He's muttering to himself and he's cursing the owls. Until you knock. Yeah, until you knock. And he goes,
Politely.
No, get back. No, we don't want any. Thank you. Go away.
Hello, Mr. Blue Man, sir. Can we be of any assistance? Or hello.
No, it's fine. Just you go. You can just leave me alone.
Sir, can I ask a question? Oh, sorry, no, go.
No, please.
All right. With Fellows, because I'll ask him. Who are you? I want to see if he has any reaction to the hooing of owls.
You're one of them, aren't you? You're one of them. Nope, he's got you. Nope, he's got you. He's got you. You're one of his thralls. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Please, sir, I must insist you open the door and allow us to enter your abode.
Not unless you can prove you're not one of his. At this point, I should point out that role-playing through this encounter does not work. I'm going to look for a dice roll or some kind of solution, or spending an icon token would very neatly get you in. If you can explain why the fact you know an icon gets you in through this door, then that would do quite nicely. But otherwise, what do you do?
I could try making a dice roll.
What do you do?
I have my background. I have a background noble scion, in which I have to commonly skirt the political machinations of people and tie them into knots and convince people to do things that they do not want to do. So I would like to make a charisma check with my noble scion background.
Tell me what you're saying to him. Tell me what cunning machinations you're going to pull on this man.
I insist that we are here to save him. We have been sent to help rid this place of anything to do with owls and owl-like creatures, and that we are here as friends.
Have a go.
Giving me big Futurama vibes. We're Alex.
Let's go. Boom, 24.
24
He's a machine.
is outstanding. You hate owls?
I hate them with all of my heart.
All right.
Heart.
I mean, I think I can trust you, but if I open the door, they'll get me. I know they're still out there, aren't they?
I look up. Are the owls still there?
They are absolutely still there watching keenly. Meanwhile, at the back of the tower, Fungaloid and Ehrlich, sure enough, you've kind of skirted the entire thing. As best as you can tell, Fungaloid, you were dead quiet and no owls saw you go. But as far as you can tell, this entire Wizard's Tower has been well and truly boarded up. There is seemingly no way in.
As we are searching, I will have mentioned, tell me one who is called Ehrlich.
Yes, many that are called Fungaloid.
Does your kind also partake of mushroom flesh?
No, at least not of the conscious variety. That is odd.
Ah! I will give like a great cheer of joy. At last, civilized folk.
Look, we eat a lot of, how do I say nicely, flesh?
Oh yes, so do we. Excellent fertilizer.
You give a great cheer of joy, and somewhere up in the shadows, a pair of glowing green eyes.
Yes.
Oh dear. All right, I will assume a firing stance and be prepared if they swoop me.
Nothing happens, but you probably shouldn't give any more great cheers of joy. What are you doing? It seems like perhaps maybe some of the windows at the top of the tower would have been more hastily boarded, but as far as you can tell, it's not an easy way in. What do you do?
We are down at the base of this tower and, underground. I assume there is not a great deal of wood around here. Can I find some rotten away boards that would be fine to just tear off?
You certainly could, yeah. As I said, the tower itself is made of metal, but sure enough, all the windows have been boarded up.
Yes.
So yes, you could try to break in through a window if you were so inclined.
That sounds excellent.
Assist in some capacity?
You have found a board that seems somewhat softer than the rest of them. You just will have to try to break it open if you're so inclined.
Excellent. Yes, I think let's try and quietly break it open. Get a real mushy one so we can kind of push through it.
All right, make a strength roll with an appropriate background. You think we would have you practiced at breaking open wooden boards?
So I would like to argue that I can find the perfect wooden board to break based on the fact that I have the background plant and I know what rotting plant metal looks like.
Outstanding. That is an excellent background to use.
Okay. Do you still want strength or should I use something like wisdom here since it's more like perceiving the correct?
No, you still got to break it. Have a strength roll.
Are we both doing it or just one of us?
Oh, well, with a natural 20 for a total of 30, I think you have no trouble at all breaking open the wooden, the soft wood and slipping yourself through. Inside, you find yourself in a dark wizard's tower. You seem to be in some kind of study, but if a wizard is left to their own devices, they'll turn every room in their wizard's tower into a study, of course. But sure enough, things are scattered around. It has this kind of dank, dark smell to it, as though no one's cleaned here in weeks, and it's just had cave water allowed to pool and drip all the way through. It's somewhat darkened. You think you can fumble your way to the door, but before you make it there, something catches your eye. This enormous kind of lever in the wall there next to the door. Meanwhile, at the front door, which Gamtu has no idea about and will not pull any such lever, the wizard calls out to you. Okay, well, if you really hate owls, I suppose I better let you in. I'll have to do it quick, all right? Just a 1, 2, 3.
All right, nice and quick.
Make sure none of them get in, all right?
All right. All right.
1, 2, 3. But then you have to make dex rolls with appropriate backgrounds darting into doors.
Oh.
If you don't, and by the way, when I say you can add a background to this check, it is not an invitation to make up some hideously thinly stretched justification. You may.
My plant background was thinly stretched.
That was quite good. I'm just saying it is acceptable to make skill checks without backgrounds at some times.
I will attempt to make a skill check without a background.
I feel like anything to do with spiders is going to be thinly stretched.
I am not dexterous. I am not dexterous.
All right.
I'm
maybe.
all right.
Clonk, 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 clonk.
All right. That's not good. There is a flutter of feathers as.
I think
Go ahead.
Gamwon doesn't believe these owls are gonna go for it. He goes, yeah, we'll be quick. And he goes,
Right.
all right, and then they suddenly whoosh.
The two of you stumble in the door, and with all of your dwarven grace, you leave the door cocked for just a moment too long, just enough time for two owls to swoop in after you. Everybody should roll initiative.
Let's do
Hot
it.
dog. And they only seemed to get aggressive once the door opened, right? Like they were fine while we were mucking
They were
about out
sitting
there.
there, they were waiting, they were watching that tower.
They may have displayed intelligence. Oh, Fungaloid, look at you. Ooh, Ehrlich. Hot dog.
Hello.
All right, so let me
Quick
go
sticks.
to the.
You guys are going to be able to pull that lever like lightning.
You spoiled my joke. I was going to wait until Jackson went, "What are you doing?" and then interrupt if I pull the lever.
Yeah. Obviously.
Oh, I forgot to clear the last combat, so I'm just going to reset everyone, and then.
We all
All right, so I think I can roll for you if you don't mind. Yep, I'll just have to go ahead and re-roll for you. Gamtu, Gamwon, the Blue Bolt Wizard, and the Owls. There you are. All right, and sure enough,
sure I got
hot
the
off
same
press,
result.
I got a much better result the first
Outstanding.
I got the same one. I got the same one both times, so I'm good.
All
I
right,
got,
and
I got
even
a slightly better result the second time.
even though the door shuts immediately behind you, Gamtu, you are the one to cop a ball of feathers and talons to the face as the one owl tries to swoop and claw at your face. At this point, I should mention that anyone who took damage in the last round may spend some recoveries in between battles to try to get some hit points back. Oh, and the escalation die is still up. Let me get rid of that. Many apologies. There's no longer escalation 2. Yes, if you got hurt in the last battle, you can spend some of your recoveries to get that back. You've got to take your remaining recoveries down, of course, and then you can either use the action on the sheet. It'll tell you either the average recoveries, or you can roll for it if you want to try to improve that. Anyone who got hurt may want to do that now before we truly get
I also
started.
have a lot of healing stuff, so I don't think don't feel like you need to burn too many of them because I will give you
most
better
of your-
healing in combat.
Most of your healing... Oh, that's true. Most of your healing spells will use recoveries, but you're right. You get that little extra cleric kind of bonus.
I'm
All
pretty
right.
sure it is. I need like a third of the average of my recovery to get back what
Yeah.
I currently lost. I'm good.
All right, very good. So as it is, one owl will swoop and claw at Gamtu and will roll a 26 versus your AC.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That'll
Outstanding. It'll hit you for 8 damage, and it rolled a natural even.
Egad,
So
What
it will
kind of
rip
owls?
a beak full of hair.
dirty
from
great
you.
big
It will
little
rip
bastard.
a beak full of hair from you as it floats
Ow.
around. Meanwhile, the other owl is floating around and will try to, I believe, so I have this right. It
Oh, that's
will-
why you shaved. That's funny.
Yeah, instead of attacking, this owl will try to drop some of its nesting material onto the wizard's head.
Because he doesn't have a
fantastic.
beard.
And I haven't programmed a roll for that, so go ahead and roll that. Oops. We'll roll a 5. So some beard hair goes fluttering around the room, but does not seem to land on the wizard himself. And so we go to, after the owl's turn, it is Ehrlich. Ehrlich, back here in the study, you have heard this enormous kind of fluttering and screaming, mostly from this high-pitched screaming from this wizard, as some commotion breaks out near the front door. What do you do?
Hello, Fungaloid, yes.
Oh, I had a question for the GM. When the hair got dropped towards our wizard companion, did they seem panicked?
Oh, he's freaking out. He's
Okay,
like,
okay.
sure enough, you found yourself in this wizard's tower, in this metal wizard's tower, and it smells like it hasn't been cleaned for weeks. His robe looks like it hasn't been cleaned for weeks. He's kind of living off cave water, and he's been stuck down here for weeks and seemingly terrified of these owls in particular. And now that they're in here after all of these weeks, he has well and truly lost his mind. And yeah. And the hair dropping absolutely freaks him out. As we go to Ehrlich.
I will look at the mushroom and say, "Do not pull the lever," wink, and then I will stride through the door.
That's amazing. It's like you absolve yourself of all responsibility because you've said that.
Yep, I also do actually say wink. To be clear.
All right.
And then walk stride through the door, pulling my halberd, and I'm going to smack at the nearest owl.
So this map isn't quite accurate because you guys have climbed yourself up on the second floor. So you emerge on this staircase, and it looks like you can kind of race down this staircase if you want to engage with the owls down below.
Sure.
Is that what you'd like to do? Or you can stay up on the
race.
staircase and pull out your longbow.
Does higher ground give me advantage?
It does no such thing.
Well, that's a shame.
But it looks cool.
Very good. I will stride
important.
down the stairs and pull my longbow out and be like, "Time for chicken."
What a line.
The pause really sold it too. It was like, yeah.
Chicken.
Chicken.
All right,
That
go
is
ahead and make
what
that
we
roll.
call any fluffy bird is just chicken. Right.
No.
Why am I rolling so poorly?
10 versus AC will not get it. I'm afraid Paladins is not one of the classes that get misdamage on their range attacks. Rangers are, of course, because they're quite good at it, but not Paladins. And yeah, a 10 will not hit, unfortunately.
That is a shame.
So, unless you got any quick actions, we go to the wizard.
Don't think I do.
There's a wizard. He's a wizard.
Hang on.
He's wearing a wizard robe.
I don't choose to. I don't classify people like that.
Once per battle, when in combat, which I believe we currently are, I can roll a
Undoubtedly.
d20 I can roll a d20. Yeah.
Okay.
And
If
do
it
what
would
was
amuse you, go ahead and roll a d20.
I mean, I can do it once a battle, so I may as well.
What's it?
Where are you
what's
reading?
it do?
What's it do? Did you
I
say
got a
reroll?
14. No, I'm going to tell you. As a free action, before the start of your next turn, you may swap that d20 result for a nearby ally or enemy's attack roll.
Oh, hell yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So I
This is
theoretically...
because you worship a god of trickery, I believe.
Yeah. So I don't know if I could have done that before I rolled or after
Trickery and
I
evil
rolled.
bastards.
I don't know.
Yeah. Once per battle, yeah, cool.
Which, if I could do it before my roll, I could theoretically transfer this roll to...
I can pay that,
It's an
yeah.
ally.
If you were to, oh, that's a good question.
Nearby ally or enemy.
Nearby ally or enemies, not yourself, I'm afraid.
Ah, that's rude.
There is a note in the third stage index which says, for the purpose of targeting, you are not your own ally.
Yeah.
Make of that what you will.
Yeah. Which, so I have that sitting there for allies now, but to do anyway.
And sorry, do you declare it
Fantastic.
after we roll or before?
As a free
After.
action before the start of my next turn.
But it's after they roll. So
yeah.
after someone rolls a 2 and go, oh, they hate this 2, you can go.
So essentially, if
have
anyone
this
misses
14.
between now and my next turn, you don't.
But of course, if you had rolled like a 3, then you could swap that 3 in for one of your enemies' rolls. It's pretty nifty.
I love those ones.
The golden orb spider is truly a trickery kind of trickster. That sentence got away from me. The wizard, the filthy blue bold wizard, shrieks and runs to a corner. Well, he tries to run to a corner. It's a round wizard's tower, so he tries to find a corner and fails. And that's how he
Has
spends
an
his turn.
existential crisis.
All that study of arcane knowledge and
Wait, no,
mouse
no.
and basic
It's-
geometry.
It's not a corner per se, but the floor and the wall would be at right angles to one another. So, well, actually, no, it's tilted. So it
He's
would-
panicked. He's panicked and he
Does
doesn't figure that out.
Does the circle have no corners, or does it have 360 corners?
No,
It has no
it has
corners.
infinite
Nice.
corners. That's how math works.
I care not to discuss it because it is Gamtu's turn.
Is this dirty great big owl flown into melee range with me?
It has, and if it had rolled a natural even attack, then it would have disengaged. But as it is still engaged with you.
Cool. I think it did roll a natural even attack. It did because it grabbed my beak.
Yeah, sorry. If it had rolled if it had missed, it would have swooped away from you. But because it hit you, it is still engaged.
Cool.
That's its
Oh,
deal.
give me back my beard, you great dirty chicken. And I'm going to swing at it.
They're all
How about you? 8.
Would you like to hit?
If it's on the table, yeah, I'll take a hit.
Take that 14 then, mate.
Hunk y'all. So
Alright.
14
Welcome.
plus 4 is 18. Does that hit, Jackson?
18 is a hit.
Rock and roll. I'm
It's
going
damage.
to use my strength domain thingy, which is once per battle I can add a d4 to my attack. So this plus
No, that's your
Is that attack
not
or damage?
a d4 damage to an attack.
Fantastic.
So 17 plus.
You
I'm
tried.
just gonna click this button at the bottom. There we go. 19 damage.
Of course, just because you didn't get the roll command right doesn't mean that Astral Tabletop is not a fantastic virtual tabletop for playing all of your online games online. AstralTabletop.com. What a system. For a total of 19 damage. That's amazing. You smack it and you hear some very small cracks and popping sounds as some of its tiny hollow bones splinter, but it seems to still have the power of flight for a while yet. So if that was your turn, we go to Fungaloid.
I yield the floor.
Oh, I moved the wrong
Excellent.
token before.
You
Sorry,
did, I
Ehrlich
was
is on
like,
the staircase.
Hello.
And Fungaloid is still in the upstairs study. Many apologies.
Having been told in no uncertain terms to not pull the lever, I do not pull the lever. But
boo.
I can get around this with a technicality. If you allow me, Jackson, to just run wild with the extent of my fungal hive mind possibilities, I will temporarily detach my arm, therefore creating another fungaloid creature and allowing it to pull the lever before returning it and reattaching it to my body.
That is
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
utterly
Are you-
absurd, and you
Are you
absolutely.
all Fungaloids or not? Like, are you all of them or not? You seem to be.
You would not
you seem to be
understand
you,
the
but it's-
difference, dwarf.
I clearly don't.
Have
You're
you
right.
researched mushrooms? I recommend it. It's fucking
They are
terrifying.
insane.
That is utterly absurd, and I will not allow it without you spending one of your icon tokens. Because
excellent.
your relationship with the Elf Queen or your relationship with the High Druid is exactly what you need in this moment to do that.
I
away
totally
with dodgy
agree with
nonsense.
you. I think that it makes only sense for me to give my thanks to the High Druid, and once again for him to or her, I think, the High Druid, whoever they are, to bestow upon the Fungaloids another blessing from the myriad that we have received.
Fantastic. All right. So you are going to spend that High Druid token as I navigate my ridiculously complicated overlay. There we go. You have spent your High Druid token, and it happens as you will. But because you rolled a 5, it is going to come with a complication, and I know what that complication is, and I'm not going to tell you yet. It's going to come along later. Because that will amuse me
fantastic.
terribly. But there you are. Yes, indeed. So yes, your arm pops off. And what did you say? It's going to hold onto the lever and pull it when you
will-
command it. Is that
I
right?
remove my arm and I place it next to the lever, and it kind of does a whole. It grabs the lever and starts to kind of shake itself down. I think it can't quite make it, so despite all of this rigmarole, I actually do reach down and pull the bottom, so it has a little bit of extra weight.
Wait, so
but
what was
he
the
will pull the
advantage
lever.
of
There was
this?
absolutely no.
I think it was
No
mostly a bit.
advantage. It was just.
I thought you were going to like remote control it.
No.
Like you're going to leave your arm there and then run out and then like pull it later.
No, I was going to get around culpability by not pulling the lever technically.
All right, well, I may just spend an icon token on that,
I'm not culpable though.
Yeah, he's right.
He's right.
Legally,
If that
you've
is-
got
You know-
no case, sir.
We
If
all,
that is-
and
Of
we all
course,
just
you'll
sorry, and
let
we
me
all have to
detach
accept
limbs
it.
at random points from now on because
Yeah.
this is a high druid blessing.
Yeah.
So whenever I wish, I can just take off my head and carry it under my arm because
I feel like what he spent the icon token to be able to do is detach limbs and just have that as a thing that they can do.
Jackson's rewriting the next 6 minutes of this campaign as is a point where we really need to detach ourselves. It's like, I can't let them do it.
All right, you pull the lever against everyone's better judgment, and immediately
No, he doesn't. It's the other Fungaloid.
the lever is pulled
Legally.
in the passive voice, and immediately you hear metal sliding across metal. You hear grates and levers pulling, and gears begin to turn as all sorts of things happen. And you look up to the source of the noise, and this grinding noise seems to be coming from the roof.
Oh,
Plates
fantastic.
slide out of place, and you hear this kind of hideous grinding sound as the top of the tower grates across the stone ceiling it was attached to and folds into itself. And then you hear and you begin to see the ceiling above you begin to slide together and lock into place and fold into itself as it twists and turns and more gears catch levers and the top of the tower folds into itself. And that was your turn.
If I, in honor of chat's Timothy Leary reference, can I quickly say, after turning on the lever, I tune back in my arm and drop out of my turn.
Very good. As we go to Gamwon, and does not have to deal with those consequences just yet. Gamwon, what are you doing?
I yell, "Get away from him!" I go and attack owl number 1.
Very good. Owl 1 is the one with Gamtu's hair in its beak right now.
Yeah. Let go of his beard.
24 is outstanding. What a hit.
All right, and I'm going to deal 12 damage and 2 command points.
12 damage is just enough to take it down. How does this owl die?
I think I bring my mace down and it falls to the floor. Like I just go, and it, like it's an owl.
Fantastic.
They're famously hollow boned.
All right. We go to round 2. Oh, did you have any quick actions or anything like that?
Oh, I do have some quick actions, but I choose not to spend. And actually, can I? No, I'm going to save that one. No, I'm good. Sorry. Apologies. Go ahead.
You should. All right, the escalation die goes to 1 as the music gets slightly more intense. Music thanks to the 13th Age soundtrack. This is great. They actually have 6 tracks or 7 tracks, 1 for each level of the escalation die. So you can hear it kind of boot up as the fight goes on. Anyway, back to the top of the round. Escalation die hits 1 for all of you. We're adding 1 to your attack rolls as it is the remaining owl's turn, who is going to swoop down to its fallen brethren, scoop up the dwarven beard hair in its beard hair in its talons, and try to swoop away straight up the stairs. It has flight, so I believe it's not going to provoke opportunity attacks. I think that's only fair. And try to kind of, with 1 turn, it'll make it just out the window as it flaps past Fungaloid in a puff of feathers. And Fungaloid, you can see it you can still see it just in the distance, but it is rapidly escaping. Let me zoom out so the chat can get it
No
better.
chance I get a reaction attack against it as it sweeps past.
I think because it's flying, it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, but you can certainly have a shot with your fungal rifle on your turn. But downstairs, it is Eric. Well, actually, not downstairs. Upstairs, looking over this scene of chaos, it is Eric's turn. And Eric, as you've stood here for a few seconds, you begin to hear the same sound from before of metal plates sliding and gears turning. And I wish I was like a car guy, so I knew what mechanical descriptors to use. You can hear machinery turning and locking and snapping and clicking into place as you see holes open up in the ceiling above as the plates slide away and fold into the walls. There is now a hole in the ceiling above you. It is your turn. What do you do?
Oh, so the ceiling isn't folding in on itself, as in we're not going to be... It's not Star Wars, we're getting crushed. It's it's opening.
The
And-
ceiling is opening and going to the walls, and you can see the walls are now beginning to
Shrink down.
lock and latch away.
Very good. So we're not being crushed, we're being exposed. What a shame.
Portable house.
Yeah, it's like a collapsible wizard's tower. That's awesome.
Is it? There were several more owls outside.
I would like to yeet myself in the direction of the window, because if I got from the window to the stairs last time, I can get from the stairs to the window this turn.
Absolutely, you can. So you rejoin
I would-
Fungaloid in the study?
Yep. And I say, good work! And then I'm going to shoot an arrow after the fleeing owl.
All right, have a roll.
Ooh.
Sounds
20 versus AC is fantastic, and 21 is even better thanks to your escalation die. What's the damage?
12.
12 is an excellent shot. All right, you pierce it through. An arrow kind of sinks into its fleshy leg, but it seems to still be able to fly unhindered. That was your turn. The blue wizard is now well and truly disturbed. He cries out, someone, one of them hit the lever. One of them hit the lever in the study. Oh, those crafty owls, I knew they'd figure it out eventually. Oh, we're all doomed.
What does the lever do?
Look at you. We're all doomed. We're all doomed. As the tower folds up and collapses into itself. That's how he spends his turn. Sobbing and covering every inch of exposed skin he can. Every inch of blue, bold, exposed skin as he kind of curls up into a ball. Gamtu's turn.
Is a blue dude like a race we're aware of, or like a species or something?
Absolutely not. He is seems to
It's
be
just like
an
a blue
ordinary
dude.
human. He seems to be an ordinary human who has painted himself bright blue and
I
plucked
haven't
every
seen enough
hair from his
humans
head.
to know what the different colors are. All right, I go barreling up the stairs after it, yelling, "Get that bird that's got my beard!" And I am working on the assumption that if that has my beard, it's going to take it somewhere and turn me against my brothers and sisters, the dwarves. Brothers and sisters with quotes around it. Can I get an eye line on this bird, given I'm a bit shorter and was a bit further away and etc.?
With a move, you can run up the stairs to the study and you can see it flying away from you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna biffer. I've got a javelin of faith, and so I really believe I'm gonna hit it. And I am.
Oi.
Sorry, the audio was a little bit dodgy there. Would you tell us
Oh,
again
sorry
what your
about that.
heroic story is?
I got a 19. I got a 19 to throw a javelin at it. Yeah, against PD.
I sincerely apologize to everyone in
Sorry.
chat as I deal with these audio issues.
Is that any better now?
It is entirely on my end, I believe. Give me one moment to close a few things.
Can you guys hear me?
I gotcha.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay,
definitely on me.
Was it me earlier?
No, it's
okay, alright,
it's me running too much crap. This is what we have to do these days, isn't it? All right, I think we're all good now. Do tell us one more time what heroic things you're up to.
Okay, I go charging into range, get an eyelid on this dirty, great big bird, and I hock my javelin of faith at it, which I believe is like a purely magical thing. It's not a real javelin.
Yeah, it's like a
So I
piercing bolt of light,
manifest-
I believe.
Yeah, I manifest like a shard of energy. Actually, I think I like strike my hammer against my shield, and it sends out like a jolt after it. And I rolled a 19 against PD.
That's outstanding.
It's physical defense.
Yes, indeed. It's a fantastic hit, and it goes true. What's the damage?
11 damage. 11 holy damage even.
Makes
Holy-
holes in it.
No, I want you to hit harder. I want you to hit
So if this
harder.
bird was sinful, ooh, hit harder. What's that do?
Hit harder.
And do you need eyesight on me?
I don't think so. I should probably-
What does hit harder say?
My vibe is no.
I actually believe
That's not a terrible roll.
I haven't
that's not
answered that,
great.
but do see if your character sheet says.
Yeah, it doesn't say on my character sheet, but I can look it
It says
up.
I do what I want.
My character sheet says Jackson can suck it.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's just if you. I think they just need to hear you. I think commanders can command through their voice alone. So yes, your commander has commanded you to hit harder. You can reroll any of those damage dice you like.
That's even better then, because he just assumes I didn't do a great job. So I go, a palpable strike, and he goes, do better. I'm gonna reroll all of them.
Yeah, do it. I believe in you.
And
no, plus 4. Plus 4.
yeah, so that is a total of 12.
One
Which is
better.
better.
Which is better, right?
On the
By
nose,
definition,
that is
it
better.
is harder. All right,
Teamwork.
the Javelin of Faith slams into the back of the owl's head, but still it flaps on.
I say my catchphrase: teamwork makes the dream work.
Turning the tides.
All right, it is now the Fungaloid's turn.
Excellent. I will dart forward
Got
to
my beard.
Yes, exactly. As instructed by my dwarven friend, I will leap forward and attempt to crack off a shot at this fleeing owl. Now, Jackson, since we've established that the mushrooms are slightly malleable, my fungal rifle does not have a description to it. Can I describe this time, instead of a rifle, I've got like a sweet kind of double pistol fungal action thing going on?
I see no reason why not.
Yeehaw.
Excellent. I
You
will
spent
flip
an
up
icon point for this.
my fungal rifle, which is technically 2 pistols. I will
As
apply
another
the-
arm pops out from,
Yes.
from your torso.
I will apply the Lethal Hunter ability, and I will make a basic ranged attack. That is going to come in at 14. Is that a miss?
That is not going to hit, I'm afraid.
In which case, I will use my once per battle archery talent to re-roll, and we will land with a 15. Technically, with the escalation dice, a 16.
Oh, 6.
I believe the answer is still no. But I'll check my stats one more time. No, these owls are toughened. So you miss, but the
Owl, you say.
famously
Famously hollow boned.
well, you miss just by moments, but by inches. But the puff of smoke seems to get in the owl's eye and takes 3 miss damage.
Yes, I'm so sorry to bring this up, Jackson. My basic ranged attack seems to have not applied the +2 that I should have gotten. I think it's adding
really?
Yeah, if you hover over the basic ranged attack at the top, it's giving me a natural of 7, and another one is giving me a natural 8. But my archery should have given me +2 bonus to hit, which doesn't appear to have been tracked.
Yep, you're not wrong. So we'll call that
In which
17
case, that
instead.
is actually a 15, 16, 17 with the escalation dice 18.
Still not enough. They got AC 19. I kid you not.
Oh, for real? God damn.
All right.
Famously hollow boned.
But evasive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fair.
After that particular heartbreak, we go to Gamwon, who has now realized that the walls are almost entirely gone. Up in the upstairs study, the floor is now sliding away, tracting into itself as the folks up in the study are about to fall to the ground. And Gamwon, you have realized that the Wizard's Tower is now almost entirely exposed, and about half a dozen owls are now looking at you curiously from up in their rafters and are about to swoop en masse.
Now, this is just an occasion in which the it's folding away from itself.
Yeah.
It's not like collapsing in on us.
No, it's like a mechanical process that's going through. It seems entirely controlled. Yeah, it's just like locking.
It's like an
and shifting
IKEA
and
bed
slating.
being built in reverse.
Yeah, but it's like disappearing before your eyes and contracting into
Allen
the center
keys.
point.
Is there as much swearing?
I'd like to move in front of our dear friend, the bald blue wizard or the blue bald wizard. And can I, as my standard sort of action, can I make an attempt to defend him in some way, shape, or form?
Yes, I believe you can use your action
Even
to
if it
defend, which gives him a +2 to all his defenses.
Okay, even if it involves, like, can I taunt them to go onto me even?
Sure, you can lie atop of him or something like that.
Yeah.
Protect
All
him.
right. Okay. All right. We'll do that. Or whatever you think.
All right, very good. I'm a little concerned here that no one's done anything about the tower folding itself away. But that's
Two of us
fine.
aren't aware what happened.
The guy did yell out, they got the lever. I'm sure
They
at this
got the
point you
lever.
can see a lever.
I guess that's true. I'm focused on my beard.
I was going to say, I'm also not next. There are 3 people who are in the vicinity of the lever.
We're all
I am
focused
not
on
one of
retrieving the
them.
beard.
All right. Well, since we're about to hit escalation 2, and the owls are about to have their turn, and you're all completely exposed, Fungaloid will give you one more chance. Since I took that icon token off you, I will say that your detached arm is now entirely remote controllable.
Still holding on to it.
And with some effort, you could probably flick it in such a way that it pulls the leather up one more time. But since you've all left it so late, it is absolutely going to get caught in some gears and grind out, and you're going to call out in pain as it kind of grinds up your arm. It's going to do some damage to you. Or you can remote control let go and have your arm fall to safety.
Oh God. You're killing me here, literally, because I will throw the switch and be sucked up, presumably, into the gears.
Fantastic.
Would you like me to make a
Not you, just your remote control arm.
which is also me.
Yeah, so you'll take the damage.
Okay, yes.
But the
would you like me to
arm-
try and make a check to limit the damage or try?
Yeah,
and
that's
get
fine. I'll respect that. Some kind of dexterity check and a background that is related to remote controlling your arm as it operates a collapsible wizard's tower.
How about the background athlete for just some strength of pulling
Oh
that?
yeah, it's you got guns on that thing. Go for it.
Exactly.
I mean, literally, he has guns on the end
Strength
of
is
his
probably
arm.
better than dex. I don't know if I said dexterity, but strength is probably better.
All right. That is
Oh,
a
25. Fantastic. I will not have you take that 13 damage.
No.
Instead,
13.
Instead, you throw the lever with moments to spare, and Gamwon downstairs, the owls are swooping and circling, and they dive bomb towards you just as you hear an enormous click from upstairs, and suddenly metal walls shoot up from the ground, knit themselves together, metal plates slide together, lock into place, cogs turn, more metal plates spring up from those, and there is a faint crashing sound as the top of the tower embeds itself in the stone ceiling once more. The entire tower kind of rings with this metal ring as it crashes into the stone, and you hear some surprised whoop from outside as
Jackson,
owls clatter against the walls.
Could I request to take some damage in return of doing it so fast that I also skewer an owl on the way up?
That is somewhat absurd, but it is the kind of thing that an icon token would allow you to do.
Oh, I think I pushed. things
Spend the
hard
other one.
You still have a 6 with the Elf Queen.
I
You can
think
tell
I'll
me
let
how
things
you.
lie for now. I think I'll let things lie for now.
All right, well, that's just fine. So, one owl clutching a handful of Gamtu's beard hair disappears into the night as the rest of the owls smash against the metal walls outside, and you are safe for now.
I can't leap out the window and chase after this thing.
You certainly could. There are several more owls out there that are going to make your life incredibly difficult. I believe there were another 6 of them out there that you saw perched on the rafters. If you like your odds of 6 against 1, by all means.
Look, I fight bears for fun, but maybe not 6 owls.
All right. These are giant kind of monstrous owls, by the way. They're not ordinary owls. Black as the night, beaks sharp as knives, and glowing green eyes. Yeah,
about our icon tokens.
I'm so glad to hear it.
Do
Whatever you like. They turn the story in a way that you like. Some kind of unexpected power you get. The fact that you know the Elf Queen is going to help you out some way. The fact that you know the 3 and how they operate, some kind of draconic kind of power has inspired you to do something beyond your normal limits, or you can kind of use them as an ability of your own. Like as we just saw, Fungaloid is so entrenched with the nature spirit of the High Druid, they can detach their arm at will. Or you can use it on the story. You can say, oh, well, because I know the elf queen, this elf is going to be friendly towards me in this moment. This elf is going to trust me. You can say, oh, because I know the three, I know that there's a kobold hideout nearby, and I can scrap those guys up and kind of get some of the kobold potions or whatever. That kind of thing. You just make things up. And then if it's a 5, if you rolled a 5 and I gave you a red token, one of us is going to have to put a spin on it. Something is going to go terribly wrong, which I'm going to get to right now with you, Fungaloid. Because it was an icon token, I'm going to say for the rest of the adventure, you have a remote control arm that you can just kind of detach and throw at will and use it. Keep that for the rest of the adventure. That's on you. But as you lean forward, you realize that the whole arm is not there. There is a small bite taken out of it.
Oh,
Not a bite, but the thin, hair-like fungaloid gills that cover your arm have been ripped off as though they've been waxed. Your mind goes back to that scurry as the owl burst through the study. There was a flash of feathers and something you didn't quite see, but it seems like some of your fungus hair has been waxed from your arm.
excellent.
Ew.
Love it.
I'm looking at my character icon. I really like the art that we've chosen for it, where he's got this huge mustache and 2 long braids. In my head, one of those just got yanked clean off, so it's very lopsided. So Gamtu like cowers down over his bag. He's going, "Don't look at me! No one look at me!" And when he comes back up, I've gotten a bit of like paste or something, and I've stuck like a piece of a belt or something on the other side. Does it look okay? Do I look normal? Is it? It's coming well, hasn't it?
You look like idiot. You should just chop the other one off, then you're even.
Deface my beard further. I would rather die.
Okay.
You could link it into braids to hide the missing part. What about a beard comb over?
I think I think it's all right.
Thank
Well,
Are we
Yes,
safe?
well, question, strange blue man. Hello, I am Ehrlich. You have not met me yet.
This is Ehrlich.
Hello, 6'5" giant dark elf.
You've still got all your hair?
He works for me.
All of you?
Yeah.
You've all got your hair?
No, I have hair. Yes,
No. All of it.
I have all of my hair.
what would happen, say,
There-
hypothetically, that we didn't?
There was a
Dwarf
casualty. a real hero was lost during the battle. We did not leave unscathed. Lost more
other
than we
dwarf
know.
Is unhappy because he lost half his beard. Is that bad?
Oh, Gamtu.
It's, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
You can comb it out, brother. You can comb it out.
I look silly.
He does look a bit silly.
I look silly like a sausage.
Oh, like a
Looking
little
silly.
sausage.
Looking silly is the least of your problems. I know what
do you
you're
mean?
up against.
You have met
I'm
wizard
Old-Groat.
men of elves?
What?
Yeah. Name's Oll-Groat. They call me Oll-Groat the Cerulean. I'm a master
I
wizard.
can see why.
Cerulean is a type of blue.
Thank you.
Look, me and Owlbeard, we were research partners. We were, something like magical renegades, playing by our own rules, 2 of us against the world. Oh, it was a magical time. But Owlbeard, he was obsessed with proving himself to the Silver Shields. He wanted to win their respect and, show them that magic was useful. So we came here into the Underworld in search of some potent magical researchers. We got tangled up in some no respect meant some dark elves. I can see that. I can see they're. You're not one of them. All of them were branded with a red handprint across their face.
Oh.
well, this collapsible tower. Anyway, it's one of the things we found. Well, we found 2 of them. We kept one each. And I thought we were set up, for quite some time to live down here, but then he found the drow. They tricked him. They turned him on the silver shields. They merged twisted dark elf magic with his spells. That was a very thematic siren going past, unfortunately, but that's all right. It's the Underworld. There's all sorts of sorcerous magic going down here. It's just like the whistling of sorcery.
It was a strange owl.
So the drow turned on him.
No, they convinced him to turn on the silver shields.
How? Traitor!
It's the Diabolist. They worship the Diabolist. They're using infernal magic to bolster his own magic.
All right. And what's his weakness? How do we defeat him?
His weakness? All I've seen of his strength. All he needs is a handful of your hair. And he's got you.
And then what?
What's he going to do with the hair? It'll be intact, right? Like together. He'll keep it together, like a family.
I don't know how it works.
It'll be all right.
I don't know how it works. All I've seen is the dwarves he comes up against do just what he tells them.
I'll reach over and pat your back, Gamtu, and say, there. He didn't get a handful, 3/4 of a handful at best, 4/5.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
You've got small hands.
Does that mean that this one, and I'll point to the half-bearded dwarf, is now liability?
I think you should probably assume that, yeah. Look, I don't know if it'll help. Before you go, I've got a few razors left. I'm certainly a little bit more chic, just less sleek than I used to be, but it's not a bad look, and it's going to keep at least the rest of you safe. Not a single hair left, you understand? You've got to be smooth as an egg.
I mean,
look like a baby. It's hideous. Sickening. Oh, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be...
It's your only chance. Look, who's doing it?
I already am mostly hairless. It's only head hair. I don't care. It is not important.
All right. Eric shaves down. Anyone else?
I mean, I can I can shave, but this I will only be able to shave this part of me.
I don't know how it works on you folks. That's all I can say. But
is he going to get control of all of the Fungaloid network? Really fucking bad. That's very bad.
Who can say?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with like elves are generally considered to be mostly hairless by like most lore around elves.
That's fair. That's
so
entirely
it's pretty
reasonable.
much just like hair gone. That's it.
All right.
I think Gamwon takes the razor and goes into like the bathroom and there's like a mirror there, and then Everybody Hurts starts to play in the background and a single tear flows down his cheek as he brings the razor to his beard. When the day is long.
Brings up the razor and chooses to cut his own throat rather than shave.
Yeah.
All right, Eric and Gamwon come down looking smooth and hairless. Gamtu and Fungaloid.
Yes.
What have you done with my prince?
Me?
I don't know.
Oh, right, not me.
Is it
I'm
now
not shaving.
clear as day that the two of you look absolutely identical now that you're both just squat egg people?
I'm not shaving.
Oh, you're not shaving. Okay, fantastic. I will shave.
I will
Alright.
get halberd out and point it at you and be like, you are currently liability already. You want to be more liability?
It's already got my beard. What else? What's it gonna
Well,
do with more? It's
It
not like
depends.
it's.
Because if it only needs a handful of beard to control you once, okay. If it needs handful of beard to control you permanently, that problem. But if it needs more hair to control you each time, then you are still liability. So you can either shave. Or I can. And I hold up a halberd.
It's just the worst day of my life.
Hold on. He does not have to shave if he does not want to. He's his own dwarf. And while I choose to shave, I defend to my death his right not to.
Well, I think that we've learnt that he will not be his own dwarf for long if he doesn't shave.
Then I will die bearded. And at
Okay.
least partially.
Well, then, how do I put this nicely? If I stab you, I will try to do it in your front, da?
I appreciate that.
All right.
It's funny. Now you look more like me than I do.
And the plan comes together. Gamwon will be abandoned down here. No one will believe the small bald toad. And Gamtu will ascend to the throne.
Oh boy, that does not bode well. But regardless, now that you are assembled and somewhat partially shaved, you can poke your eyes, take a glimpse outside the boarded up windows, and when it seems like all of the owls have left the area, Old-Grode will say it's safe and usher you on. Before you leave, he will gesture. He will thrust a pile of notes and journals and books towards you and say, maybe that'll help. I don't know. And he's showing you some of Owlbeard's notes, where he rambles about the shame of being exiled from his family and talks about how he's determined to show them the error of their ways. And he rants about the evils of the orcs which once plagued their clan. They talk about, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll join later.
He talks about his mastery of beard magic. He started off with growth spells, so he could grow his beard longer on command. And then he mastered animation spells that let him use his beard hair as extra limbs. And his final notes speculate about reversing such a spell. Instead of controlling his beard, perhaps he could command others through their beards or hair.
He is the chosen one.
And with that, as the writhing caverns beckon you onwards, we might take a short break and be back in a little while. How long would you folks like? 5 or 10 minutes? Whatever is best. I'm taking votes.
Easy either.
Oh, no one's brave enough to say 10 minutes, but if we want 10 minutes, we can do 10 minutes, or if people want 5, we'll do 5.
Let's go 10.
Okay.
10 it is.
I'm hearing 10 and no disagreements. Thank you so much for watching. If you are still watching, we're playing 13th Age, Assault of the Dungeon of the Pogonomancer, and we're having a great time. Please do stick around, or get some food, as we are going to do. But please stick around. We'll be back in just 10 short minutes. We'll see you then.
Been horribly scarred.
Hello, welcome back, and thank you for joining us. If you are still joining us, which I hope you are, because we're having a great time. We hope you're having a great time as well. This is the Campaign Coins Twitch channel, and we are playing 13th Age, Assault on the Dungeon of the Pogonomancer, which is a fantastic one-shot adventure for 13th Age by Gareth Ryder-Hanrahan. If you are just joining us after our brief dinner break, here we are in the Underworld, where the caverns and caves twist and turn and are corrupted and spoiled by dark sorcerous magic. This is where this fine a group of adventurers have found themselves. They are searching for the lair of Owlbeard, the insane dwarf wizard, because they have just found out that he has the ability to control others through their beard hair or other hair of any kind of variety, because he is the Pogonomancer in the title. As everyone knows, the Greek word for beard being pogono. And so our adventurers must yet find their way through the writhing caves of the Underworld to find Owlbeard's lair. But before we get to that, Art reminded me of something very neat during the break. They reminded me that all those icon relationships that I had you roll at the start, you can in fact spend those 6s, those green tokens that you rolled. So bad news for Gamtu and Gamwon, who just have reds remaining. But Ehrlich and Fungaloid, you do have green tokens to spend, which you can spend on magic items. When you're running a full 13th Age campaign, you've got to be a little bit more careful. You can't just like throw them out all the time, but it is an acceptable use of an icon relationship token to say, hey, I found this cool magic item, and you are in a wizard's tower. So with that in mind, Ehrlich, do you find a magic item in this wizard's tower themed around the Elf Queen or the Three?
I'm not muted. Good. I mean, I feel like this is a human, yeah?
It is. Human wizard, but he's been down here for some time, and he told you that he and Albert have been turning up all sorts of nonsense, magical
you just
nonsense
said they were
down
working
here.
with Drow, and even though the Drow are aligned with the Diabolist, they would still have some relationship with the Elf Queen, I would
You're
imagine.
100% right. On the other hand, maybe you're about to tangle with them, and you want to save that relationship bonus with the Elf Queen until you actually find them.
Well, if I said it was the Three, what would that get me?
I will consult the Book of Loot, which is by Gareth Ryder-Hanrahan, who also wrote this adventure, so that's pretty cool. This is a fantastic Book of Loots for 13th Age, which has all of the magic items arranged by which icon they would be associated with. So I'm going to look at the Three, and you're a fighty kind of paladin.
I'm also a cruel paladin, so, 3 seems appropriate. Not
fantastic.
Not very nice diplomat. My diplomacy is mainly with...
Kind of a dick.
Look, I'm asshole, but it works.
Everyone need asshole.
It's not wrong.
Correct.
All right. Okay, so you can have an assassin's amulet. When you miss with an attack, you can use this amulet to ensure that no one notices. You just did something perfectly innocent, which may come in handy if you're going to talk your way into any dark elves that you see.
Snaky. That's cool.
Oh my goodness, you can have a circlet of stolen thoughts. You pick up on the thoughts of those around you. You can't choose whose thoughts you hear, and you don't hear everything, just snatches and fragments. And unless you're familiar with those around you, you may not be able to tell which thoughts come from whose mind.
I miss my beard. That could be either of us.
Could be.
You get
Never
the
know.
entire Fungaloid hive mind.
Yeah, you don't. Dial
We
in.
are Ehrlich.
I can't wait to kill my brother and take his place.
What?
Could be anyone.
Or perhaps you found some chameleon armor, which is exactly what it sounds like. You blend in with your surroundings, effectively becoming invisible as long as you don't move or attack. Those are some 3 options of things that you might find. I think that's more than enough, more than sufficient. Would you agree?
I think so.
Go for
May I ponder? Slash
By all means, yes. By the side of the next
take
scene, you can tell
advice
us what
from
you
my
found.
colleagues, because I don't bloody know. That sounds fun.
Fungaloid, were you tempted to find an Elf Queen flavored magic item?
I was
In the Wizard's
tempted, but
Tower?
I'll tell you what, I think I will save this and burn it to try and do something cool in the last fight.
Excellent. Very good choice. All right. So you are leaving Oghroad's tower behind you. Maybe Ehrlich holding clutching a shiny new magic item. Maybe not. We'll come back to it. But regardless, you turn and you leave the tower behind you. Oghroad seems to be thankful that you saved him from the terrible owl attack. But
we
he
allowed
is
him.
just too stinky and too terrified to risk following you.
If I can just add one quick detail before we leave, while people are looting things, I go into the bathroom where Gamwon shaved, and I do scoop up all the beard hair into a pouch just for later, just in case, like a wig can be constructed or something, or in case I learn beardomancy, then I can control him, whichever comes first.
No, I appreciate that. It's really nice to have someone always looking out for you and watching your back. It's just...
So brothers are for, man.
I really appreciate it.
It's true. All right. So once again, you have left the tower behind you, and yet, as you try to retrace your steps, they are not the same steps that brought you here. The Writhing Caves, which have this sorcerous power flowing through the mineral veins, have twisted and turned once again as we get just another bite of a montage. So this time it's either Art or Daniel. One of you should tell us what kind of terrible, deadly, perilous, weird sorcerous hazard that has been allowed to corrupt and fester down here in these magical caves. What is it that stops your party dead in their tracks, or seems to be about to kill you all, or simply is bad news? I was vamping for a while, so because you were both looking very thoughtful, so I thought I'm going to vamp for a bit.
I'll go, and I'm going to go
with montages.
I'll go, and I'm going to go with a classic because I've been thinking a lot about this lately. And I'm going to say there is a giant room filled with sand, and at first 'tis seems like normal sand, but nay, 'tis quicksand. And the moment we step in it, we begin to sink into the quicksand and sink into the thing, and we all start to panic.
Just make more interesting for the next person. Is there some kind of like weird magical sorceress corrupted twist you can put on this quicksand? What is different about the quicksand you find in the Writhing Caves to the quicksand you find up on the surface?
Okay, it's underground quicksand, so it is.
Sends you up,
but it's like a living dungeon.
Don't mind that. It sends you up to the surface.
Sends you out.
Instead of sinking into the ground, we sink into the ceiling. We have to duck down and go. That's really good, Jim.
So it's like you've come across this cavern with stalactites hanging down, and they're so like they come down to just in front of your head height. So immediately you have to like start kind of ducking and weaving around, and then all of you realize too late that the stalactites are made of sand, and it's very gently but firmly and strongly pulling you all up. But who got us out of the last montage? I can't remember. Gamwon sang the song, right?
Yeah,
I did.
Fantastic. So in that case, it is either Ehrlich, or it looks like it's Ehrlich.
I think it's gonna have to be. Yeah, it's gonna have to be me because otherwise I'm gonna be giving the last issue and solving it.
Oh yeah, that can't happen. Yep, you're right.
So
yes, Ehrlich knew exactly what to do with these stalactites, of course, because he's a denizen of the underworld. What did Ehrlich do to get out of this reverse quicksand situation?
Not only am I a denizen of the underworld, I'm also an acolyte of the Golden Weaver, and if there's one thing that spiders are very good, it's not getting stuck in their own webs. So the motions and movements and sort of gentle maneuvering around things that would stick to you or draw you in is something Ehrlich is very capable of not only doing himself but articulating to his companions. And he sort of looks at them and goes, no, you do not struggle, you just gently move your way one limb at a time. Do not disturb the web. When you disturb the web, you will get caught. If you are gentle and take your time, you do not. He's like Zen, you know? Zen with head biting of men later.
That's Gamwon reaches up and
pulls.
All
tense, and we shoot back up the ceiling for a few seconds.
Gamwon and reaches up and pulls his drinking horn and shakes off the last bit of sand. Outstanding, and thanks to Eric's sublime led meditation. Slowly, the reverse quicksand.
Breathe out. Do not breathe in. Descent.
Slowly, the reverse quicksand becomes less thick and lessens its hold on all of you. You find your feet on the floor once again. And so gingerly push on through the cavern of reverse quicksand and find yourself in oddly familiar and yet definitely different parts of the Writhing Caverns. And yet, sure enough, ahead of you, it forks in two. One of the caverns you recognize from the directions of Iona Silvershield, your patron, will lead to the Flint Chasm, where allegedly Owlbeard makes his lair. And yet the other side, Ehrlich, once again, you spot those shimmering strands of spider webs so neatly laid out by, now you know, diabolist demon worshipping dark elves in league with Owlbeard. What do you do?
Well, it is my belief that we have uncovered enough information. We have sacrificed what we must in order to defeat the Pogomancer.
Pogonomancer.
Accept it.
Pogonomancer.
Pogonomancer.
Sound it out.
Pogonomancer.
I think you mean the pogo stick.
Yeah, the pogo stick, exactly. Well, that's gonna stick.
The hard-boiled one speaks the truth. We should venture forward before the Pogonomancer has the chance to use our hair against us.
You wish to leave enemies at the back? That seems stupid.
Well, I've got enemies right next to me, so behind me, in front of me, next to me, we're dwarves. We're used to being surrounded.
If you wish.
We could, maybe if we try and sneak through. I mean, now that we've spotted where their spider lines are, if we can move around them, see what's going on, and then yay or nay if we think there's something to be gained.
I am also dark elf and diplomat.
Okay, well, if you want
Allegedly.
if you want to go first, then if you go down there, we'll all stay here, and you can solo that. I don't know. What? Look,
It's a
you're
bold
dark
move
elf.
to let the dark elf go and talk with the other dark elves.
Bold move.
Alone.
You're a dark elf. How about you make the call?
I'm sorry, what, you want me to make bird call?
Oh, like the decision.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, common is not first language.
Oh, apologies.
Where do you go?
I mean, it would be good to know why dark elves have turned away from Elf Queen. She's very, very good. Very kind. She's good, well, the not being allowed back into the homeland is kind of disappointing, but each comes and goes.
Fair enough.
Less goes now. I will
Right,
start
well-
to walk in the direction of spider traps.
I will follow in a leading fashion.
I followed behind Gamwon, averting my eyes. I can't bear to look at him in his current form.
I also will we'll go along. Yeah. Do we doing like the Mission Impossible trying to like get over the lasers? Except there.
There's like spider webs.
Jones.
Slips beneath lasers.
All right. I'll be honest. I was reading the part of the adventure I hadn't read in a long time, but it sounded like you were going down the spider web caverns. Is that
Yes.
We go back to where we came and fight the owls.
Also, I think as a diplomat, it would make very good sense for me to lean into anything that gives me additional information about the people who I might be talking to.
Touche.
Make sense?
So I'll have the circlet, thank you, Jackson.
Oh, very good. Well, in that case, now was that was a circlet from the Elf Queen? Is that right?
From the three.
From three. Fantastic. I will find that again and tell you all about it.
I believe it gives me the ability to hear thoughts, which, honestly,
Oh, that one. The
Yeah,
Circlet of
what's that?
Stolen Thoughts.
yeah.
So you can use it, and then it has a recharge plus 6. Recharge on 6+, which means after you have a fight, it recharges, even though it's not a combat power. It's kind of like that's how we space things out. After a fight, you have to roll a d20. If you roll a 6 or higher, it comes back. So yes, I'll give you the full description. You can memorize it as best you can. You pick up on the thoughts of those around you. You can't choose whose thoughts you hear, and you don't hear everything, just snatches and fragments. Unless you're familiar with those around you, you may not be able to tell which thoughts comes from whose mind. You can be sneaky and get people alone, so you can listen to their thoughts only, but you still won't know everything they're thinking, only the occasional stray emotion or image. And in combat, because it's a circlet, it gives you a +1 to MD.
There you go.
Hey.
Does this item have a personality?
Oh. Quirk, you pry into personal matters.
I am diplomat.
Is what they do.
This is job.
Prying diplomat, yes. Yes, of course, it has a quirk, as all magic items in 13th Age do. So that was fun. So go ahead and put a 1 in your magic item MD down the bottom right corner of your character sheet.
What's MD stand for?
Mental
Magic
defense.
Magic damage, mental defense.
Mental defense.
Mental
One of your 3 defenses: armor class, physical defense, and mental defense.
Fucking
Because
right.
it's a magic item on your noggin. Makes sense. All right. Are you trying to be sneaky?
Yes, I think so. Right?
I better have sneaky rolls from everyone. Everyone should make a dex roll, and if you have a background that you can explain to me why it helps you be sneaky, is you're sneaking down here in the underworld, then tell me what it is and add it.
Literal spider webs. Do I have to like make a better argument for the whole
I
spider
would say
thing?
not.
Tracker for me, as we have established my ranger
We have.
training payoff.
Gamwon, did you give yourself a background there?
Nope, I didn't. That's a natural roll.
Fantastic. And Ehrlich, very sneaky. Oh, I should spend
Oh my
that.
gosh.
There's that icon token going.
All
There you
right.
are.
Oh, and one to fuck us up. I'm sorry,
And
apologies.
8. All right.
I'm just occasionally going.
I'd better go ahead
It's
and
the
finish
hiccups.
those
It's
out.
the hiccups that get you.
You just try to swallow them back.
And the snorts of string of snot from him.
All right.
Normally the beard
Sneeze from a
catches
hair.
that, but it's gone. So
That was an average roll of 17, which I would say won't get you like right in the midst of them, but it will get you close enough to observe them for a while. And here is what you see.
The suspense is
As I
killing me.
said, this is the part of the adventure I haven't read in a while. So, the tunnel is leading down to an old, abandoned dwarven crypt. And as you make it down, you can see as the natural kind of cavern turns to worked stone, there are spears carved into the pillars and the awnings around you, which seem to have very, very faint glints of remaining silver upon them.
Silver shields?
Oh, shields. Yes, thank you. For some reason, I thought you were the silver spears, but of course, no. Yes, you are the silver shields. They are shields, not spears.
I understand nothing of dwarven culture, so I will gesture towards the tomb and whisper to my companions, "Look, they have inhabited the tombs of your ancestors out of respect."
But they have not. So at a short distance down, you can kind of just peer through the darkness, and you see that this crypt full of dwarven coffins and sarcophagi has been turned into a demonic workshop. Hanging on the walls are several large wooden frames like looms, strung with thick, dark, coarse strings. Dark elves are working at the looms. They are adding more hair to the devices, stringing them up one by one. And when a hair is plucked, like a string, a faint image of a dwarf appears in the air for a moment
Oh.
and then fades away.
Are there any sign of owls?
Not immediately.
Okay.
You can see.
This probably isn't my beard then. This is someone else. Actually, I'd know my beard. Dwarves and beards have a connection. So I sniff the air. It isn't here.
That is what you see. But not only that, Gamwon and Gamtu, you seem to be, you look closer and you recognize some of those dwarves, some of those silver shields whose images are being conjured up. And they are ones that you passed standing at the gates. They are not the ones that Iona seemed to tell you have turned against the defenders. These are ones who were standing true at the gates and had not been turned yet.
Or pretending
Yet.
shit.
Sleeper agents. Well, I say, looks like they have desecrated our sacred halls. We cannot allow this to continue.
I'm going to leave this passage unexplored, huh?
I cannot thank you more, Dark Elf. You
You
have.
haven't thanked me at all.
Well, it was more of a.
Let's press on.
Apologies for not thanking you. Anyway, now that.
Do you want to burn these looms or not?
Absolutely.
Well, then go. You are the what did you say? Scryed something? I don't know.
Scion. It means to be the next. It means born into. It's not important. Let's go.
It means not important. Okay, you're
No,
not.
no,
important.
no. It's very important. It's very important. I'm very important. It means it's just not important. Look,
You should go first.
I agree. All right. I'll let them know what they've done and that is unacceptable. And then you guys get into position and kill them. Okay?
Hey, let's do it.
All right. Can I can we try to get into like a tactical position here where we might be able to get the drop on them a little bit
Sure,
more?
I don't mind. You can tell me that that some of the caverns, some of the entryways split off, and you can skirt around the long way. So the idea is Gamwon's going through the front door, and everyone else is sneaking around behind. Is that? Do I have? That
I'm going to be
correct?
pretty close to Gamwon. I'm going to sneak, but I'm just behind Gamwon.
Oh, we're doing the
All right.
two-team situation. One at the front door, one at the back door. Worked last time, and by worked, I mean
Kinda.
horribly.
I think that
If you see any levers, pull them.
Duh.
I think
Yeah.
that my fungal rifle has assumed the shape of a very futuristic sniper rifle with a complete with a stand,
With a silencer.
viewfinder and scope.
It's got a little scope, but the scope
At
doesn't
some
really
point-
do anything. It just is like a circle on
Yeah.
top. It's
At
like,
At some point, it needs to be a Nerf gun, please.
It's Nerf, and your just final battle cry is it's Nerf or nothing.
You shoot little like the equivalent of potato like darts, but made of fungus.
Seeds, yeah.
I like it. All right, so I think that's another stealth check from Ehrlich and Fungaloid. Is that right?
I believe
You're telling me I can't use my 20 something? Rude. It's fine.
The others
Gives you
brought
a
you
chance
down
to roll a
in
better
that
one.
case. The others brought you down to a 17
No.
average, but
Yeah.
now you have a chance to do better, I think. Fungaloid got an 18. That's more like it.
23.
Hey.
You're
23. All right.
I
so
am, how do I say in common? Sneaky bastard.
The term
Alright.
in common is dark elf.
Ah, that is how you translate. Duh.
Sorry, I just got that. not like I just got it. It just clicked that you were insulting dark elves. Therefore, I'm on board.
all right. So
And then- Dark elf, sneaky bastard. Same.
so Gamtu and Gamwon, are you striding confidently up to the entrance of the tomb?
Yep, I stride in and in a bold voice, I yell at the top
Bold.
of my lungs. You strayed too far into our sacred holds. You shall not desecrate them anymore. Lay down your arms and you shall be spared. This is Silver Shield land, and you shall die today.
Unless you
Do
lay down
any,
your arms, in which
any of
case you
them?
won't.
Do any of them immediately? Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Who
How
yields?
many of them immediately surrender?
Roll a d4 minus.
And join the party.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
As
I'm not. I didn't say they could join the party. How many become prisoners of the party?
Go ahead and roll charisma with any background you might have with ordering dark elves out of your family's ancestral tomb.
Could I go noble scion and say that like I have to order my folks around a lot, and so I have a very authoritative presence.
Entirely
Also
reasonable. Go
literally
ahead.
like
A commander.
son of the.
this was also like literally your tomb, yeah.
Well, it might be if we fuck it up.
All right, 25.
Hey, that's pretty good.
All right, 25 is fairly impressive, and it just means they don't kind of immediately attack. They recognize you as someone to be parlayed with. So you've come into the crypt, and sure enough, you can see 3 dark elves working on the looms of beard hair. they temporarily stop, of course, and turn around. But one of them in particular strides forward, and she has in her hand a harp made of the same coarse hair.
Do you wish to parley, Dark Elf?
I think you have nothing you can offer us.
We can offer you your lives.
This is tempting, but our lives are our own. Thank you.
I think what you fail to understand is that there are 40 dwarven commandos set up around this establishment, all waiting on my mere order to kick down this door and set this place ablaze.
You're asking for another charisma check right there.
I think I am, almost certainly.
This time, though, you're lying to their faces. I don't know if that's the same background.
I have a different background.
What's your different background?
I was a minstrel for a while, and minstrels are all about overblowing and over-exaggerating stories to make them more entertaining.
I will pay it. Go
you
ahead.
will pay that? Okay. I think that was the phrase Jackson uses when he goes, "You're cutting it close."
Be nice, buddy.
Is there a way that we can assist with this? Like, could I fire off a shot to do the kind of, there's Overwatch here?
I do quite like that. Yeah, go ahead and that's like they will know you're there.
That's quite all right. If I can support the brave commander.
Yeah, for sure. They will know you're there, and they'll have a beat on you if a fight breaks out. But it will.
Yep.
It may help. Go ahead and add a +3 to your bonus here, Gamwon.
Okay. We'll just have to do that mentally, I think.
Please.
Oh, hell! Maybe we actually do have 40 commandos.
At this point, somebody.
Gamtu standing there going, "Do we?"
Yeah, I feel like even Ehrlich is just like, okay.
Was there a part of this mission you weren't briefed on?
Outstanding. A natural 20 for a total of 33. I think is going to go fairly well for Gamwon. Okay. We can talk a little further. You say you have 40 commandos. Maybe I believe you. But how many of them do you think will fight for you? She gently plucks at some of her harp strings.
I said dwarven commandos. I did not say silver shield commandos. And then I'll say, look, we're here for our dwarf, not for you. You can choose to take us, and we'll fight you, and we will kill you, or you can choose to walk away from this situation. And you and I will not have to deal with each other anymore. How does that take your fancy?
It matters not what takes our fancy. It is the fancy of our mistresses we serve. A mistress, singular. I misspoke. And sure enough, now that she has crossed into the light, you can see that all of these dark elves have a symbol, a red hand branded onto them. It's the symbol of the Diabolist, the greatest demon summoner in the world. Meanwhile, go ahead, James.
We can hear what's happening. I fired a shot. So I feel like they're wavering, and they're not quite. They're not, they sort of want to stay, sort of don't. They're half committed, and one more thing could push them over the edge. Could I please use my icon relationship, with the Elf Queen, because they may think they have one mistress who commands them, but there is also another powerful being that has claim on them as elves. And since can I draw the ire of the Elf Queen upon this area?
How do you do so? What is your relationship with the Elf Queen? How do you know her?
Negative.
But how do you know her? What's the story there?
the Elf Queen does not recognize mushrooms as part of the kingdom of plants. So we have been denied access to the great forests. The great pine forests, they kill everything on the grounds so mushrooms can't grow there. And we demand access. So the presence of the Fungaloid, the fungal hive, is an affront to the Elf Queen. So I would like to sort of open a many-folded throat and begin to undulate a call of the Fungaloid prime, which will draw the ire of the Elf Queen, for she's always ready to listen.
Ooh,
For such offense.
that is terrifying. You may absolutely spend your Elf Queen icon relationship on such a thing. So your fungal.
I figure if they see the 40 dwarf commandos and the Elf Queen and everything stacking up against them, how can they possibly think they can win?
I love it. So yes, I think it will take a critical role and an icon relationship to completely circumnavigate a fight, but I will pay it. So the Fungaloid's fungal mushroom gills flare out and begin to hum. Can you give us a taste of what that sounds like?
I don't know. I can't do a good sound. Actually, wait, yes, I can.
Oh,
That's my best.
That's quite good. Actually, I just remembered the 13th Age soundtrack, which we're playing with, comes with a track for each of the icons. So I'm going to go ahead and play you the song of the Elf Queen, which you folks won't hear, I just remembered. But chat will delight in it. All right.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's got a little. I like that.
I'll catch it on the replay.
Just for you. There you go.
Ooh,
oh,
it's lovely. Yeah, she'd smite the hell out of these guys.
That's awesome.
Nice fungal.
I think it's sort of didgeridoo sound. Is that where?
Or overtone throat singing. Yeah, which I can't.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
All right. So you're singing, the Elf Queen has parlayed with the fungus folk many a time. And sure enough, she is attuned to whatever kind of deeds they are up to. And somewhere in the Queen's court, she turns her attention to this part of the Underworld. And sure enough, it's quite significant, because in our version of the Dragon Empire, the Elf Queen has closed her court. Not a single elf has left the forest since she barred travel. Not only that, but we also know that the Elf Queen spends 7 years looking like a dark elf, looking like a wood elf, looking like a high elf. No one's quite sure what she is, but this is the 7 year of the dark elf. And so it is her cruelty and her ire, that music cue, is drawn to this port, this exact point, these caverns under the Silver Shield's ancestral home. And immediately the drow feel this. They feel this pressure on the back of their skulls, and they feel like spiders crawling up the backs of their necks. And they know that they have drawn their queen's ire. She is most displeased, and they should flee. Very well done. So with that, they will gently back off. The harpist puts her harp on the ground and slowly walks away. Tell us where we should go so we do not see your commandos.
Was that a question, sir?
Tell us where we should go. We do not see your commandos.
Proceed out the front and walk towards, and I direct them like the way we came.
You'll find this sandy ceiling. Touch that.
Touch that, and it will spit you out on the surface.
And really freak out when you go in.
Our mistress concedes this victory to you. Oh, oops, I was Scottish for a second there.
No, that's all right.
Our mistress concedes this victory to you. But your compatriot will not be so kind. His mind is far too far gone.
'Tis well. 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 '
You need not worry about that. That is our business to take care of.
The drow smirks at you as she walks into the darkness.
Do they take like their harpy thing with it? The whatever they had the hair woven onto.
Balloons?
I think she had a personal one or something, didn't she? She had something small.
She did.
She laid it on the
Chasm
ground,
said,
didn't she?
Put it down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she
All
laid it
right.
on the
Just
ground.
making sure that she didn't just. I'd like to pick that up and have a look at it if I could.
As it happens, it is a magic item that is provided in this adventure. But like all
Hey.
magic items, it costs you an icon relationship point to pick it up. And Gamtu, you have a relationship with you have a point to spend with the Dwarf King.
Dwarfy.
You're 5, which normally I won't give magic items for, but it means you will get it with a drawback.
With the cast. I believe that these like control the dwarfs up on the surface, right? I just kind of wanted to go along and go like bing, 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 on different ones for a while, just so that up on the surface, all the traitors are going, and you know maybe they get seen, and Iona can deal with them.
No, that's interesting. So you can that'll help you control a section of the dwarven population, like
Ensure their loyalty.
and ensure their loyalty to me, of course,
Hey.
which is very
Hey.
useful.
I quite like
may
that.
need it.
Alternatively, I'll get you to spend your icon point regardless. But the actual use of the harp is that when an ally falls unconscious or dies, you may start playing the harp as a standard action. That ally springs to life and continues to fight regardless of their current hit points. They die immediately if you move or stop playing the harp.
Oh fuck! And this is. Oh man, that's pretty cool. And can I then heal them and so they won't die at the end of it, or is this like once they're dead, they're done? They just reanimate for a bit.
Yeah, I guess I'd pay it. I guess if you're really quick with your healing, you can bring them back just in time.
The thing is,
Yeah,
you have
let's-
to play a harp and also heal. And most healing spells, unless you're very special or 13th Age has different rules, are verbal and somatic.
There's no, it doesn't quite get that granular. I think
okay.
you'd have to give me some kind of
It's all
wisdom
about the
roll
vibe.
to keep them going. You know what? That feels like a 5 in and of itself. It's like, yeah, you can use this to save your friends, but they're
Yeah.
probably going to die. So that feels like a good 5 right there. Would you like to pick
I
it up?
would.
This terribly
I'd
cursed
bloody
demonic
love
item.
I'd bloody love it.
And you can
All
play
right.
that backup in my band. I'm putting
And
together
what-
a band. Well,
I know.
This is great.
But it's
Because if Disco is dead, you can play and reanimate it for a short time.
Outstanding. All right, with that out of the way.
I am from henceforth. I am just playing it idly as well because I got to practice in case the
Oh.
big moment comes up. So I'm just
And of
plucking at it the whole
course,
time.
like all magic items, it comes with a quirk. You feel yourself inclined to hum funeral marches.
oh hell yeah! I'm
Can you give us
composing a
can you-
ballad.
Can you give
I'm
us a little
composing a
taste of the
ballad,
latest dwarven
an ode.
funeral march?
Yeah, they're really dour and miserable, and this one's dedicated to the loss of my mustache, as most of the saddest songs and poems and epics in dwarven culture are, and it's just it causes you to weep.
What's
just
the
so sad.
what's the myth about the is it Samson whose hair is cut
Samson.
and he loses his strength?
Samson,
Yeah, that's not like a myth. That's like, well, of course that's how it happens.
That happens all the time in dwarven culture.
That's why you never find dwarven women called Delilah.
Yeah.
Can we go through and smash all of these looms?
Absolutely, you can. Yes. So you
Put them
make
to the
short
torch.
work of smashing these looms, taking them apart, burning the dwarven beard hair that was upon them to make sure they can't be used in any more nefarious purposes. And I imagine the cleric says a few words to reconsecrate the tomb of his ancestors.
Probably give a eulogy for all the hair.
Yeah, that's what it's mostly about. There's the lost beards and mustaches of my brothers and sisters above.
In the name of the beard, the hair, and the mustache.
The holy mustache.
And the holy mustache.
So say we
Beautiful.
all.
If you don't have mustache, do you mutton chops instead?
If you're like a heretic, sure, yeah. Heretic.
Fantastic.
Heretic.
I'm surprised that we've gotten this far in and no one has called this adventure a hairy situation.
Yeah, that's pretty
The
good.
blurb does.
I like
so
it.
Gareth
Oh,
already
right.
beat you
Does
to
it?
it. Yeah. Certainly one hairy situation. All right. Breaking news from Mark M. Wrights in chat. We're playing this on Friday the 13th, and just like us, Pelgrane Press often have specials on Friday the 13th for the 13th Age. Right now, in fact, you can get a whole big bundle of 13th Age gear at the Humble Bundle. If you go to humblebundle.com/software, you can get all sorts of neat stuff there. But today, for Friday the 13th, they have just released free quick start rules for 13th Age. So if you're not quite ready to drop, I think it's like a 1/40th of the price, you can get all these 13th Age PDFs in the Humble Bundle. If you're not quite ready to commit to that, grab the free quick start rules that were apparently just released. The link was right there in chat at pelgranepress.com. Very cool.
Hell yeah.
And with that in mind, if you go there and you do pick up some 13th Age, you'll have all sorts of neat mechanics like the montage. As you set off from the Dwarven crypts, one last montage to see us off. And the only person who hasn't given us a problem, a hazard, a terrible peril that threatens you here in the Writhing Caverns is Art. So as you get closer to Owlbeard's lair, it seems like the sorceress energy that pulses through this stone is getting more and more strong. It only makes sense the wizard would find the most magical and twisted part of these caverns to put his lair. What exactly is going to stop your party now? See, that was my vamping. That was my stalling.
No, I like it. No. I think that it is illusionary shadow versions of ourselves that reflect off like obsidian walls and shit that are
That's
just
good.
like
That's a good one.
just you're wandering around and suddenly a reflection in like some kind of shard of something awful just reaches out and tries to grab you or stab you or like follows you around like an ominous shadow, because that's what they are.
My one has a full beard.
Yeah.
All
No, my
right.
one is Gamtu.
You don't have one because I'm already here.
All right,
Yeah,
so
strange illusionary shadow versions
in
of
the
ourselves.
darkness, in this almost pitch black caves, faces swim in front of you, hands reach out in the darkness seemingly, and yet they're your own faces and your own hands surrounding you on all sides. But it's a good thing Fungaloid was here, because Fungaloid is an adventurer who knows just how to get around this particular sticky situation.
Absolutely. Well, it is in my nature, you know, the Fungaloids, we are from deep below the ground very often, growing in the underworld, and we need to be ready for things like this because, of course, as my shadow looms forward, it too is part of me. Therefore, as soon as it comes into being, it is no longer hostile. And as I see a shape coming forward, I go, and it goes, wait, sorry, I was just, which way is, no, sorry, stop. I'm trying to get a word in. Stop which way? That way? Okay, that way. Thank you. And I will lead everybody. And every time one of the shadows gloom up, instead of attacking, they go, over there. And then take a...
Incredible.
That is genius. That is so good. Every time one appears, it becomes part of a network.
Yeah, it is
If we stay here long enough, you will swell in power.
Terrible. Thank you for the dance.
Goodbye.
Outstanding. All right. So all of these obsidian mirror versions of yourselves, this particular part of the Writhing Caves was well set up to trap gullible adventurers, but it's never come across a Twygzog before, because you are the only Twygzog.
Thing is I am the only Twygzoid that is connected to the hive mind. So of course, it is purely by this virtue that I am able to get through it. So that we are able to get through it.
And indeed, you are led to safety. I love that. Funnily enough, I've run this adventure a few times, and full disclosure, someone has come up with a hall of mirrors before, but they just smashed them, and I liked your solution much better.
Well, this wasn't mirrors as much as like illusion stuff, but yes, still.
Oh, maybe my giant jumped to illusions because I'd heard it before, but yours was far more original. Yes, thank you.
No, it wasn't. But it was.
Right.
It was Zelda, is what it was.
Oh, I respect that too. Yeah, nice. I ran for a while.
envisioned Scott Pilgrim a la Nega Scott.
I ran for a while a 13th Age campaign set in Hyrule because it's the rule set for it. If I can deviate for a moment, because you got these super powerful characters, and the icons have these themes of reincarnation. Like in every age, there's an elf queen. In every age, there's a dwarf king. So there you go. If you want to run a Legend of Zelda themed 13th Age campaign, it works surprisingly well. But for now, you find yourself to the edge of the chasm. The Flint Chasm is a vast gulf in the Underworld. It's a steep-sided gap that plunges down to the depths and rises almost the surface. Fortunately for the folk of the surface, it's impossible for an army to climb the chasm. If you're extremely lucky, or suicidally brave mountaineers could maybe scale the walls of the chasm, and flying demons or other creatures can use the pit as a shortcut from the depths, but by and large, the Flint Chasm is not a viable route in or out of the Underworld. Not unless you want to go splat down, just go straight down and go splat in some lightless netherworld and never to be seen again.
Best not.
There are a few bridges that were wrought by dwarves in ages past that attempt to cross the Flint Chasm, but any attempts to cut stairs or even handholds in the cliffs have failed. The flint is treacherous, sharp enough to slice hands, feet, and soft enough that you can't trust your weight to it. So here you are, you've arrived at the Flint Chasm, and you immediately spot a light far above, about 2/3 of the way up the cliff. It's hard to tell in the darkness, but it looks like some kind of structure up there, lodged into a crack in the cliffside, as if it's been slammed in. It looks like a tower.
Maybe there's a great big lever that just sort of opens it up. It actually probably is, isn't it? I mean, they were like twinsies or what?
I agree. I think there's a high chance that is.
You spot a few more clues. There are owls circling in the chasm off in the distance. It's too dark and they're too far away. Like, this is an enormous kind of massive distance that you can see across this chasm. The owls haven't spotted you yet. And there are more signs of discarded dark elf wine bottles and some more strands of
Excuse me.
Can I just clarify?
Excuse me.
Now they're littering as well, bastards.
That's what it says. It's in there.
Yeah,
it's in the scenario, Art. It's in the scenario.
I'll be honest, it actually says discarded dark elf mushroom wine, but I left that out for the present company.
Oh, no!
I mean, I said we did not do not eat the mushrooms. I did not say anything about not drinking them.
Oh yeah, and I said I will help you, and what I meant is I will murder you all.
Can I just
All right.
Personally, do not take part of the mushroom.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then the other clue is the most significant thing. Searching around, you find the routes that the bad guys seem to have taken.
Oh.
Spilling down the otherwise sheer cliffs, snaking across the jagged stone, clinging like spiderweb, is a vast and living beard.
Oh
No.
Ooh. Sorry.
It seems
This
like
is
it's soft and coarse and thick and easy to hold, as almost
This
if it
is
was
a dark
meant for
place.
climbing. Or there is the treacherous, what's the word I'm looking for? Brittle, sharp, unforgiving flint of the Flint Chasm that will slice your hands to ribbons if you try to climb. Those are your two routes up to the tower.
I don't think no dwarf would not trust the beard path.
But he has control of the beard, right? So it's kind of his to grow or swell or control as he wants. So
But the beard knows a dwarf. The beard is better than he is. It will resist his urges to control.
if we
it.
appeal to the
If we
beard,
appeal to the beard,
we think that
Infallible
this is a bad
logic.
idea.
we think this. You say we think this is a bad idea.
Yes.
y'all's concerns are noted.
What if we said, dwarf, that we bet you're just saying that because you can't climb up that cliff?
Oh, you fucking want to see me climb up that cliff? I'll fucking show you how to climb up that cliff.
Is the old he dares you? Good
What?
to know.
Double dog.
Who's daring me?
We bet we can climb that cliff faster than you.
I'll bet you fucking can't.
All right, cliff it is.
All right, looks like we're taking the non-beard route. We're taking the
We're taking the correct route.
Well, no, we're taking the more hazardous route, I would say.
Absolutely. That beard looks so soft and so sturdy. And that Flint chasm looks so brittle and so sharp. But all four of you, you can split up. All four of you are taking the chasm.
Oh. We can
No.
split up, you say?
I am going to go up thing that looks less dangerous than sheer cliff, because worst case scenario, I fall either way.
Wait, so you're taking the bridge?
Duh.
Beard.
The bridge, the beard or the chasm, the sheer wall. There's no bridge.
The beard, which is like a climbing rope, duh.
Beard.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a beard bridge. Sorry.
It's going straight up.
Gotcha,
You
gotcha.
can see the tower way up ahead, so you can climb the
So,
beard.
are we at like
enormous
are we at
beard.
like the base of a cliff? Is that the kind of idea?
It's like a chasm. You're in a chasm, so you can see impossibly deep chasm below you, and you can see 2/3 of the way up the cliff. There's the tower. But if you slip and fall, you're falling through the earth.
Stuffed.
And so the beard, you kind of work your way around the chasm.
The beard is
Whereas
spilling
the
down
other
the
way you have to
cliff.
go down.
The beard
Like
is spilling down the cliff
Rapunzel's
from the tower.
Oh,
So all you have to do is
Rapunzel,
climb
Rapunzel.
the beard.
I am not getting
Wait,
anywhere
down
near
your
that
beard.
beard.
That's for sure his. That's so
Yeah,
gross.
I think I've been goaded into taking the non-beard route. And
So
I
it's
would
just
be-
Eric.
I will climb like spider, not making disturbances on web of beard.
Yeah.
Sensible if you can do it. I'm gonna climb the Flint.
All right.
So
Anyone
Flint,
Yes.
beard.
Just Eric on the beard. Anyone scaling the Flint cliffs requires a dexterity skill check. It is quite hard.
Uh-oh.
It is quite unforgiving.
Oh.
Dexterity skill check and any backgrounds you might have for scaling the Flint chasms.
You know what? I think I'm changing my mind.
Yeah, I might be looking at a beard actually.
Dex is how do you say dumb stat?
We understand that you admit defeat and acknowledge that we are the superior climbers.
I admit defeat and acknowledge the superiority of the beard, despite not having one. I think I'll take the beard route.
Everybody, by the way, should probably roll any recoveries you want to spend now that you're outside of combat.
Oh, yeah,
just
that's
just in
Can
case.
I'll roll my save to regen my basic tactical strike,
Yeah, you should do that.
and I
You
do.
have done so. Yes, but anyone else should spend your recoveries, and when you are ready,
I will spend a
climb-
recovery.
How does one spend the recovery?
Take
If
your
you
current
just-
recoveries down by 1, and then click the red text where it says recovery.
very
It'll give
good.
you 2 options. It'll tell you your average recovery, which you can take, or you can roll some dice to.
Can you use your recovery like multiple times in a fight?
No.
Oh, that's a
Or
great
only-
question.
Or only if something says use a recovery?
Yeah, everyone can rally once per fight as a standard action, which means spending your recovery and getting those hit points back. But for the most part, you will need someone else to come along and heal you, either with a healing
I have
potion
so much healing stuff.
or
So
with some healing
Well,
spell.
my average is 17 and I was 5 hit points down. So I'm good.
I'd say
Fantastic.
use it.
No, I
go
have.
for it.
I have.
Oh, okay.
I've used one to be like, those 5 hit points are back, but like, died.
So I got to
We're
hit you
about to go
harder.
up against something.
Thanks for the heads
I
up.
mean, don't hit me harder. Like, I just. Nah.
No, too late. All right, we're spending a lot of time on this. Let me get some dex rolls from those who are going up the cliff, the Flint chasms.
Look, if everyone's going up the beard,
Oh, we're not saying everyone
Everyone's
should.
going up
I'm
the
saying
beard.
I'm going up the beard. The dark elves.
I think we're all going out the beard. I think we're all going out the beard except you.
all right, I'll come up the beard then.
I'm going up
Ah,
because
big game.
it was described like a spider web, and therefore, obviously, that makes the most sense to climb.
Going up because I can't climb very well.
I'm
Actually,
terrible
no,
climber.
I'm gonna climb the cliffs.
I think you should. Yeah, go.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fall
Final
my
answer. No more changing minds.
Yep.
Who is going up the Flint chasm?
I'm going up the Flint chasm.
Have a
We will
dexterity
see you
roll with
in
a
hell.
relevant background.
Athlete.
Yeah.
There's very athletic. Go
So-
ahead.
26.
I was like,
Oh.
I'm DMing this. Yeah, that's acceptable.
Very well done. Before you, with a flash of spores, puff of spores, Fungaloid disappears and flies up the cliff face, keeping their Fungaloid limbs intact. Does not get torn to shreds by the flint.
I get one of my extra arms and tie it to the end of a rope and throw it up as a literal grappling hook.
And you can also clamber its way up the remaining.
Yeah.
Climbing the beard for everyone else is easy and doesn't require a skill check. In fact, the beard is
job, us.
helpful and even courteous as it
As a beard should
sprouts handholds and wraps securely around your waist and lifts you up. And so it's
I love
pointing
the
out
beard.
and points out some safe spots to rest.
Thank you,
And
beard.
then halfway along, the beard hairs snap taut and hold you fast. Anyone who wants to avoid being grabbed must roll a 11 or better on a straight
So this is
save.
Oh, on a straight save.
Straight
is-
save. Gamtu is stuck fast. Gamwon is stuck fast.
The question.
Trust the beard, said the dwarves. It will know you. It
I
will
did
protect
say
you.
I was trying to go stealthily enough that I didn't alert this thing to the fact I was climbing it. I don't even know if that's a thing I can do, but you did say it was like a spider web, and we have established that is something that I am. So can I make a stealth roll to try and avoid even like having this thing realize I'm there?
You can try. It's going to be very difficult.
Okay.
I'm looking for a 20.
I'm willing to. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna
Roll
add my
them bones.
acolyte of the Golden Weaver. That's all right. What was his dex for stealth?
Yeah, Dex.
Oh,
Get out of
that's pretty
town.
bloody good.
I was thinking to myself 20 was too easy. I should have made it 25, but
You
28.
beat me.
I
All
rolled
right.
a 19. No, 19.
fantastic. Eric disappears up the beard, but the two dwarves are stuck fast. All right.
But
And
testing other
so,
people's beards.
a moment after the dwarves are stuck fast, owls, two owls that you saw above, swoop down
no.
straight to your faces and stop short, looking in confusion at your egg-smooth faces.
He has a
face.
button.
I did not shave.
Oh, you didn't shave? Well,
So I'm going like, no. Not again.
they go straight down your face, and sure enough, they do stop fast. They stop there, kind of like hovering. I don't think owls can do that, but these owls can. And they sniff at your
No
beard hair.
way.
You're powerless to stop them. They sniff. They breathe in close, and they go. And they look at each other and go. It seems like they know that they already have your hair. And
And the
then they
big
sniff.
blank spot.
And then they sniff something else. And while you are immobilized, stuck fast this beard, one of the
Not my
owls
looks.
dives into your bag, into your knapsack, and pulls out the beard hair of Gamwon, which you gathered up from Ogrode's bathroom floor, and flies away.
You shaved your beard for nothing.
I'm a damn traitor for nothing.
Let that be a lesson to you. This is all a learning experience. Never doubt your beard.
You know what? I agree entirely.
You're
And
welcome.
as soon as the owls have their prize, the beard softens and relaxes and releases its iron grip on the two of you.
Ugh, relaxes. Gross.
And you're allowed
Place it
to
was
ascend.
firm. Yeah,
We get to the top, we are scarred for life.
and we're very quiet. We don't talk about what happened. We just go,
Yeah. What
it was
happened?
fine. Nothing.
Nothing. It's
Are
good.
You, are you liability now?
Nope.
No, it's
All's fine.
well, yes, but
Yes.
it's
but
not
no.
good. We don't want to talk about it. We're liabilities. Let's go in. We don't want to talk about it.
I don't. Okay, you go in first then. Liability. I am terribly sorry, but I will probably stab you in back.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We're all liabilities at this point, by the way, except you, Eric.
Okay.
Which really means that
You're the
Eric is
liability.
Pogonomancer's plans.
For our treachery.
I am diplomat.
And so you have ascended and you have found yourselves on a cliff ledge, looking down to the Flint Chasm below, standing as you are in front of an enormous metal wizard's tower, identical to the one that you found Ogrod inside. And just ahead of you, as I will bring up some map-age.
Ooh.
Some mappage. So I spent a lot of time sketching out this this beard that we're seeing here.
Gross.
And it seemingly lost some of the details. I drew a lot of extra lines.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I saw them.
But it
I saw
just
them at the
gone.
beginning, and then they were like.
Oh, I think it
ugly.
might have
Yeah.
changed the layering. So it's put the thick lines on top and the thin lines underneath, so you can't see them. Anyway,
yes,
let
that
me
is
let me show chat what I'm talking about here. There we go.
I see what you
So imagine that those ugly brown lines are beautifully detailed, luscious beard hair spilling down
gross,
from the
man.
I'd rather
tower.
not, actually, if that's okay.
I insist. I'm the GM. You have to imagine everything I imagine. Those are the rules.
Technically, he is
Beard
right.
hair spilling out from the tower, and
Gross.
just ahead. What do
I
you
think that
Does that mean
Let's
that
push on.
so that we will be coming from the passages to the side, since we are skirting around the Flint cliffs?
Sure. If you want to have engineered that, I will accept that.
Fantastic. Yes.
Go ahead
so-
and move Fungaloid. I will do that to the back door.
Oh, you got it.
Would you like to,
Cool.
you're talking about the back door, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Unless I could pick this door. This one feels like it feels like I'm just feeling that one.
You can, but I can't fit you on the on the map
Okay,
view.
never mind then.
But that's
Never
okay.
mind.
No, we'll just
I'll go
zoom
with
out
that.
some
Fine.
more.
That's fine.
All
That's
right,
fine.
very good, excellent. That's a little bit closer. Fantastic. So here you are, standing in front of the Owlbeard's tower. You hear
Let's
the
kill some
sounds,
fucking owls.
and from within, even from this distance, and Fungaloid especially, you would hear this. You can hear the sounds of mass battle within. The sounds of two armies meeting on an open field, but somewhat muted and somewhat
the hell.
staticky.
It's using the beard magic. It's like television, if I knew what television was in the 13th age, but we don't, so you know. Holographics,
It's a 14th
illusion.
age thing.
Illusion, like you know.
All right, let's kick some ass. Rock and roll. I stride forward. Let's go and kill this dude.
Are there some
All
owls
right.
here as well?
Diplomacy be damned.
What was that, Gamwon?
Are there some owls here as well?
You could have a perception roll if you're so inclined.
Well, there were rumors of owls.
You were attacked by owls while you were standing on the
So it's definitely
beard.
some.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna make a wisdom roll to see some owls.
And
Hey,
use
tell you what, that's
use a
fair
back-
enough.
use a background to spot that you may use to spot owls.
I don't see owls.
Imagine if one of us has
It is.
bird watching though,
I don't
and
see
you were
shit.
sitting on the bird watching background this whole time, and it just came up.
That's
mean-
exactly what 13th age backgrounds are for. And that would have been fantastic. No bird
A
watchers
bird
here
watching?
tonight?
I know it doesn't
I'd love a
count.
bird watching background.
I know it doesn't count, but I actually birdwatch IRL.
But there are no owls to be seen on this occasion.
Technically, it's not
bastards.
bird watching, it's bird listening. They're really fucking hard to find.
Only
I've
watching
played,
if you're successful.
I've played Wingspan. Does that count?
You get some points. Hey,
all right. Let's
I will-
move
I
in.
will-
Kick in some doors.
I will stack up against my door with my fungal rifle forming into like a large shotgun and SWAT vest and helmet and all the requisite police breaching equipment.
Of the 13th age.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. I will just stand there looking bemused.
And I will finish reading the stats for this fight. All right. so not
Jackson
only-
is
Yeah. Go ahead.
is like pre-buffing a thing? Because I have a bunch of like once per day this applies for the battle. Could I like just click all
Ooh.
these buttons right now, or is it like on my turn?
I think that'd be a bit outrageous. I think with the
I
economy
agree,
of
'cause I
how
got like 8
battles
of
work,
them.
I think I'm going to get you to spend an action to do them, if that makes
That's
sense.
fair enough.
All right, fantastic. So, not only Fungaloid, you would hear this as more so than the others. Not only do you all hear the sounds of mass battle coming from within, but there is also muttering from within. As this gravelly, torn, and aged dwarven voice mutters, "Get them all, the bloody green skins. Don't let a single orc leave. Go, kill them all. Not one orc to leave alive." He's just muttering to himself.
Huh.
Weird
Okay.
guy.
A little weird.
Yeah, well, a weird thing for an evil guy to say.
Regardless, what do you do?
I'm waiting to hear the sound of breaking in doors, then I shall break in my door as well.
Wait for the flashbang to clear
Yeah.
and then kick in.
I will go up and knock on the door.
Do you knock or do you knock?
I am 6'5". You decide.
One and the same.
Let's kick down some
Hang
doors.
on,
I think
quickly.
Kick down doors.
I'm
We're
not
going with
only
aggression.
6'5". I also have a +6 to strength. It is my max stat. So knocking probably is
Bada
like
bing.
I accidentally
You're
kind
on.
of.
I won't mention to roll for that. All right, the three of you burst in the front door. Fungaloid, you hear the sound of the three of them bursting in the front door. Do you similarly burst into the back door?
I simultaneously burst in the front door while
All
everyone else
right.
is bursting in the front door.
Fantastic. Owlbeard looks up from the crystal ball he holds in his hand, and yet his eyes are somewhat blank and unseeing. He blinks as he sees you all come in. He is standing amidst this wave of beard hair, sure enough, but he's not just standing amidst it. It wraps around him, it envelops him, it holds him tight, it protects him until it disappears into his chin.
I like that 0.
Is this
I
a
got
secret?
quite a nice microphone. I wonder if I can.
It's there.
Unsubscribe.
Oh,
Beard
love it.
ASMR channel now.
Nope.
This is where Jackson reveals that he's been growing his beard over the last few months for this purpose and not for any other.
It did weigh into my choice of adventure for tonight. All right, the
Are
tension.
you done? Can I unmute myself now?
Yes, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a pair of barber scissors. Everybody should, once I've reset the initiative tracker, there we go. Everybody should go
I
ahead
was
and
going to say hello
roll
and try
initiative.
to talk to the man, but I assume
Nah,
that
fuck
won't
this
work.
You
dude.
absolutely can
Later.
on your turn. He is
Very good.
enraged. He is mad,
fine.
and he barks out at you. The greenskins are here. They've found me. Die, orcs!
Okay.
I
As he
am
looks at you all.
definitely not green. I am.
You're
very-
going to go have a nice lie down, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, let me start adding.
Jim, that's the second time
Folks.
you've rolled a 6 on your special like initiative thing, and I've
Yes.
rolled a 1, and we really want to switch those. Like, mine
You
is
know,
like
I was going to say, because Jim wants a low one.
Jim wants a low one, and I want a high one. Like it is.
Mine lets me like manipulate the field. I assume growing mushrooms and stuff, but I kind of don't want to do that because I know you'll go around with a bucket and collect them all up.
That's all right. At the end of this combat, we'll see who's alive and who's getting eaten.
And who's soup?
Dead. All right.
Turn you into a delicious
That's
beef
some
Wellington, a Dusamel.
Fantastic.
That was my cousin.
At 22, Fungaloid has won the initiative toss and may go first.
All right, I consider briefly braining the dwarf before he cooks me, but then realize that I need this pact so that my people will be saved for a year and a day. And I will apply Lethal Hunter, and I will take a shot, immediately rushing in and firing upon this mess of beard. Here we go. Hiya.
Hey, that's your number, right?
23 is fantastic.
And 16's your crit range, was it?
Oh no, only if he rerolls, I think.
My crit range is currently increased by 3, so 17 would
Wow.
be
Is
17.
Owlbeard your favorite enemy? Is that why?
I applied Lethal Hunter.
Right.
Yes.
To get you a +3 on Owlbeard, is that right for your crit
Yes.
range?
Yes, it does. Yes.
So yes, you're one off. You would have critted on 17, but you rolled a natural 16. But you still, of course, have hit him. 23 versus AC. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Let's apply 12, please.
Just 12. All right.
Oh, fuck it. Sorry, hit harder.
Oh! Thank you very much. So
All right.
I'm
Well,
going
you
to
rolled a
reroll-
2 and a 4 and a 2 on your 3d8s.
I have to check. Each time I have to check what you rolled on the dice, and I'm like, you know what? Two
I'll-
twos. Let's re-roll it.
Now, was that
Yeah, I
your
will-
only command point? Because I forgot to tell you, command points reset every battle. You start with 1. No, you start with 2.
Oh,
Because you got your
they
special thing.
reset every battle. Is an
They
interesting
do, I
thing.
forgot to
didn't
tell
know.
you that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm down to 1 then.
I'll re-roll those
I'm
two
gonna
twos.
start spamming them.
Actually, statistically, I'm better to re-roll all of them, so I will re-roll all 3.
Yeah, that's the.
Reroll it all. 3d8 plus 4.
If I tell you to re-roll your damage dice and you don't re-roll all of them,
Yeah. Should I
Unless
just
one
make
of them's
another-
already max.
Should I just make another ranged attack and hit the damage button? Or
yeah,
do you want
let's
me
do
to-
that.
Yeah,
Let's do
go
that.
ahead. That's fine. So this is definitely a hit because you've already hit. Oh, isn't that one? 21
nice.
damage.
That's what I like to see.
And the
Fungaloid.
highest one is the one that turned into an 8, so it's worth re-rolling.
And you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
That's what I like to see. That's why I tell people to hit harder. That's a good leader.
So they
A
hit
good
harder.
leader.
All right, outstanding. So it looks like it's Eric's turn next until from the shadows a willing servant
Avast.
emerges.
Oh no.
You may have convinced my friends that I am not so easily swayed as a dark
you
elf
little bastard.
strides towards you and has a go. And they've got all sorts of great things. Let me have a look. They have a hell-forged dagger, and they have a
what?
pair, and they have a pair of hell-forged scissors.
Oh,
Big fucking
These
spicy.
are the demon
Scissors.
worshipping dark elves back for round 2, as I'm reading about what they can do.
man.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Fight like this will put hair on your chest.
So, a hell-forged demonic dagger in one hand and a hell-forged pair of demonic scissors in the other. He's going to try to stab at you with the hell-forged dagger first. And we'll roll a
Okay.
25 versus
Can I roll-
AC.
Can I roll my thing? My trickery?
Your trickery?
Can I do
Yeah,
that?
is that once per
'cause
battle?
Yeah, it says once per battle, but it doesn't specify it needs to be in my turn. So I assume I can just do
Does
it
it say
when
a free
we...
action?
As a free action before the start of my next turn, I can
Yep.
use that d20, but it just
Yep.
says once per battle when in combat.
You can have free actions when it's not your turn, so please do.
Okay, I'm gonna roll that.
Oh,
Great, I'm gonna swap that.
Would you like to
Oh.
substitute this Drow
Yep.
Thieves
Yep.
25 for
Yep.
a 3?
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Excellent choice.
And
So,
I would like to go. Excuse me, do I know you?
all right, the Drow looks up
Forgive.
at the doorway as this fellow dark elf strides in, and let me see if he has anything else, but I kind of doubt it.
Wait. Yeah, no, we'll go with that. It's either that or I say something to them in Elvish, which would just be like a whole fucking thing.
Ooh.
I might.
Those
wanna do that.
Bologna.
I might. No. Remember, I speak this way because it's my second language. You better fucking believe Elvish is as fucking beautiful as it should be. It's just, it sounds like this when speaking common.
You don't have time to think about it because it's your turn next, Eric.
Wonderful. Am I able to tell which of these two things is more dangerous?
The Drow Thief or Owlbeard?
Yeah.
Probably. Ooh, have an intelligence roll.
Okay.
Any,
Oh, great. Yep. No, great.
Intelligence not your forte?
I am diplomat to the Underworld. I have met a lot of denizens. Would that count as a bonus?
Sure.
Thank you. Because, yeah, intelligence is my dumb stat. 15.
These are pretty high level threats. I'm not going to give it to you for a 15.
Very good.
He's a wizard, and he's an
Yes.
assassin. As you were. What do you do, Eric?
Assassin.
I was told to go and kill the dwarf man, so I'm going to kill dwarf man. I would like to smite.
Smite away with a melee smite.
Duh.
You striding on up to him. and smack him in the face.
I do have reach tricks.
What does that
Before
do?
attacking, roll a +6 on a d20 to do something reachy, like hitting a foe you're not engaged with.
Sounds like you want to engage him there anyway, right?
Yeah. Unless that seems like a very stupid thing to do. But yeah, no, let's go ahead and engage.
Keep that in your back pocket.
I am
All right,
going
go ahead and
to
roll your attack.
smite.
Whoa.
15 versus AC. Rude.
I think not. He is just wrapped head to toe in his own damn beard. It is too thick and too hard for even your halberd to
Then
pierce.
Dwarf, do you have a hit again thing?
I can only do one thing per round.
Damn. That's a shame.
All
I
right.
already told him to hit harder.
Does that mean that uses my smite, doesn't it, though?
Yeah, you still do half damage on the miss though, right?
Oh, yes, I do. Let's go.
Oh, that
13?
halves to 13. That's actually a pretty fairly
Big
good
hit
hit.
still.
You shave him. You trim some of his beard, but there's just so much of it. It just keeps coming. Gonna move Eric up to our beard as we go to
What?
some friends.
What just appeared? What's that? Jackson?
Hiding
What?
in the
It's
in
those
the rafters.
damn owls.
It's those owls that just swoops down at you. There they are. All right, and it looks like they've got one target each. Thank you for lining up for them. One dwarf for one owl. That seems like a good deal. All right, so here comes the swoop onto Gamwon. A natural one. Very disappointing.
Ooh.
That's why they call me Gamwon.
And it doesn't even get to disengage. And Gamtu is going to have a stooping claw as well. That's more like it's 17 versus your AC. How's that going to do?
Will miss.
That will miss.
I have 21 AC.
Outstanding.
You have a higher AC than I do.
I'm a stout little bastard.
Don't you have like your AC? Wasn't your AC like 25?
No, he was joking. He was taking
think that
the
was
piss.
it.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I
I have like heavy armor and a shield.
yeah,
and
because
shit.
I
Like,
have
I'm
21 AC
juiced
as
up.
well. Like I didn't think you were kidding.
All right.
No, I have 20 AC.
But at the very least, because this one rolled a natural even miss, it can immediately swoop away and become no longer engaged with you.
Nuts.
Them's the deal. So it's over there wheeling around the chasm. It's no longer in your face. As we adjust the tokens there. Fantastic. That was the owls, and now it's the beard. Owl beard. It's his turn. And he has all sorts of neat tricks. But
Love that.
I think
He's
we'll
got a lot of
start
buttons.
with a thumping fist. Yes, that seems like a good idea. This is his only melee attack, so he'd better use it. It's a +9 versus AC, and he's going to try to use his thumping fist on Eric. Ooh, 19 versus AC. Is that going to hit you?
21.
Oh, that was close.
was a
Because
close
I
shave.
5
I
damage.
believe you can see how much damage he would have done.
That's
right
a
there.
meaty whack.
But he has truly missed, and that's how you know I'm being honest, because I could have just smacked you. Very good. I think that's his turn. As he growls and barks more things about orcs and green skins. Get
You are
out
a
of
very
his
stupid
face.
dwarf.
Rude.
Hot.
Gamtu, your owl has
I'm
wheeled
an
away, wheeled back away out toward the chasm, so you are free to move.
Be gone, chicken. Hey Jackson, can I use a standard action to take a second quick action, or am I limited to standard
You can.
actions?
You are absolutely right. You can turn your standard action to 2 quick actions.
Okay.
I think.
Here's the plan.
Pretty sure that's a rule, but I might have just made it up. But I've just said you can do it, so go for it.
Gamwon, make sure the Fungaloid hits. I'm going to invoke my War Domain invocation. My Strength Domain first, which is invoke as a quick action. And I invoke it to allow you and your allies to deal triple damage on critical hits.
Oh my
So if the
God.
Fungaloid hits, which it should crit, we'll clean this dude up. Then I use my second invocation to increase the escalation dice by 1, which is my War Domain. So I call to the gods of strength and war. Wah! So that should go
Outstanding.
straight to 2.
Perfect.
So
What
that
a-
means we'll
and then-
automatically bump it to 2 next round.
Yes. And if Jimmy crits now, which is a 16 or higher, and in theory Gamwon can let him re-roll, he will mop this dude up. And can I then charge into the fray, Jackson? So as
You
far as I
can.
can towards our beard.
You can get there in one move. That's fine. If you want to engage with him, I'll let Eric do it. So you should as well.
I'll move to like here. I don't actually want to be engaged. I want to be able to heal people up as needed. So I just want to eyeline on everyone.
Fantastic.
Okay, that's me.
All right. As we go to annoyingly Gam 1 after Gam 2. Oh well.
I'd like to make a basic melee attack against the owl that has me.
Owl in your face.
He's a hero.
14.
I think that
Look at
won't
him.
hit it. Nor will a 15
19
be
Get
the
the shit out
escalation
of that
die.
bird.
Will a 16?
19
Because I
AC,
can
by
add
memory.
one.
No, they were like 19.
No,
It was
you're right,
19.
you're right.
Yes,
Still
indeed.
deal 3 damage for missing.
In that case, I deal 3 damage and I gain. Yeah, and I do not gain any command points. That
Only when
being
you
the
hit.
key. Yeah, that's a big part.
But you've got 1, which is what
I've
you
got
need to-
1. Nope, try again is cost me
Did
2.
I ever tell you about how to get away? The disengaging rules? Probably not. If
yeah,
you want to,
you
if you
disengage.
want to run away, if you want to get away from this thing, you can do so. You can just run away and take an opportunity attack. That'll be fine. Or you can attempt to disengage. If you attempt to disengage, you just need to roll a save, which is 11 or better on a straight d20. And if you succeed, you can get away with no opportunity attack. But if you fail, you lose your move and you're stuck here for sure. So it's kind of like this risk and reward. Do you run away without taking the opportunity attack? Or do you try to disengage safely or risk getting stuck? That's kind of cool. Would you like to try to disengage or run away or stay put?
Well, at this point, I don't lose anything if I try to disengage, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You have disengage, so you can get away safely if you choose.
I'll go up here.
Excellent. All right. I should have mentioned this map is slightly different from the previous one, but sure enough, it is identical to Ogrode's Wizard Tower. It just looks a bit more square because I guess how it got wedged into this Flint chasm.
Yeah.
But
So there are
it
like
is-
second levels. It goes up
It's identical.
because of
yeah.
staircase and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly
cool.
right.
Oh,
yeah.
can I make a go upstairs then?
Find the lever.
Sure. I think it will
Find
be
the lever.
behind Owlbeard. Let me go ahead and draw that on. And if you are running through his beard, he's absolutely going to get an opportunity attack on you.
Ooh,
Fear the beard.
I'll do it.
Can you only disengage once?
Yes, yeah, that's quite right.
So I assume I'll get to like the start of the stairs there.
For sure. And you're okay to take the opportunity attack?
Yeah, give me it.
Famous last words. You saw how much damage it did. 24 versus AC.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll do it.
That'll
And,
hit.
I'll go down to half health.
Oh my good god.
That's how it's done. All right.
Ooh.
So Gamwon sees his opportunity. He sees that this is the exact same layout as Ogrode's tower. He sprints for the stairs, and yet Owlbeard's eyes snap to you. And in a second, maybe there's a glint of recognition. But no. Get your filthy orc paws off my secrets. He spits at you as we go to the top of the round, and weirdly enough, already we are at escalation 2.
Where are the only ones who get that? Like the enemies don't get escalation.
Enemies don't use escalation die, that's correct. Some of them do, like dragons,
Yeah, I was thinking
which is
some.
fair enough, but most of them don't. Fungaloid, did you roll your terrain tricks at the start of the...
I did escalation 6, I'm afraid.
Oh no. All right, many commiserations. Great. So if I go back to the initiative tracker and have a look as we are at round 2, it is Fungaloid's turn once more.
Crit.
I will rush forward.
Crit.
I'll do my best wanted impression. I'll swing out my fungal rifle.
Well,
and-
once again, the Drow Thief has engaged with you, is engaged with you, and making a ranged attack while someone's engaged with you provokes an
You
opportunity attack.
gotta. You gotta.
I will be taking it. I can tell you. So that's fine.
All right, here it comes. it crits you. Without a word of a lie,
no.
gets a critical hit. So, 16 damage off the bat. Go ahead and take that. And because it was a natural 16 or higher, he immediately follows up with a Hellforged Scissors attack.
Ow.
Which is 19 versus MD, interestingly.
Against my MD.
Your mental defense.
That is going to hit.
All right.
Oh, cool. And I can do a little juke.
In that case, like, the scissors snip in front of you, and it's as if the thief has, like, cut a curtain in space and time as, like, an invisible cloth falls over your eyes, and the thief
fucking
is
rules.
now invisible.
I love that. That's such a cool description.
I love that, yeah. All right. So my attack was for 15.
No.
Miss, but I will use my archery talent to reroll, which also pushes the crit rating down an additional one.
So you'll crit on a 16
Come
or
on.
higher?
So 16?
15.
I got 3,
This is
and
16, it
yours
was
got.
17.
I think I'll crit on a 15.
No. Mine doesn't increase your crit rating.
Oh.
You deal triple damage if you crit.
I will crit on a 16.
You crit on a 16?
Come on.
Oh,
No.
Dirty 17 for 10 is not going to do it.
Actually, remember that does apply my archery thing, which we have established. So that is actually a 19 plus escalation dice 21.
That's enough to hit. Not a critical, but
Okay.
still a hit. Very well
How
done.
long does that critical last?
Um.
The
Dave.
I think, no, it's for the fight.
Oh, cool.
Oh, fantastic.
It's done.
we're all right.
That's-
We're all right. We can keep doing
was
that.
it
We can
just
keep- we can
Fungaloid
keep
or was it
fishing.
everyone?
Everyone, invoke
Good
to allow you and your
lord.
allies to deal triple damage on critical hits for the rest of the battle.
That's disgusting.
14 damage. Will I be hitting any harder, Commander?
Oh,
You got the
Let me
command
check.
points
I
to
wouldn't
spend?
save it for that. You've only got the one more, right?
I'm saving it.
All right.
Yeah.
In which case, 14 damage.
14 damage. Thank you very much. He staggers back and he is staggered, which is 13 days speak for down to half hit points.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Now, could you tell me quickly, Jackson? Since this thief has made an opportunity attack against me, does that mechanically mean that they cannot make another opportunity attack?
I believe that would be correct. Yeah.
In which
that's
case, I
entirely
will use
reasonable.
my movement to move down to here, if that's all right.
They also, per the scissors, they pop free. Like they're no longer engaged, I think.
Exactly
like he
right.
kinda
Yes,
darts
pop
back
free
and-
means disengage. So there you go. He did disengage from you.
Okay.
Indeed.
Oh god. I'm gonna run around and put myself in the back corner. Actually, could I go to here?
By all means, yep, that is fine.
Okay.
So I update the tokens so that the folks at home can see where you are. There you go. All right, and funnily enough, it is the Drow Thief's turn next. He is going to reappear on the stairs directly in front of Gamwon, not allowing him to get any further into our beard's inner sanctum. So here comes the Hellforged dagger on Gamwon. Rolls a 21 versus AC.
Yep, that will hit by 1. Yep.
It will hit
that
you for
hits.
8 damage, bring you down to 12, but it cannot follow up with a... Oh no, I'm sorry. It was invisible. He gets his backstab bonus. He's going to hit you for a total of 12 damage, bringing you down to 8 hit points, I believe.
8 hit points. Okay, I would like to immediately use Is That Your Best Shot, which is my
It
Dwarven
is.
power.
It is not his best shot, actually. He gave Fungaloid his best shot.
And I'll make an immediate recovery roll, which I will roll instead of taking the hit, which I'll regret.
Mistake every time.
But you don't have it because the escalation die is at 2. So
Because
you
the
get, your,
escalation does.
you get your full value out of that recovery.
Just as planned.
All right, so the Drow Thief reappears and cannot follow up with his Hellforged Scissors attack, but I think that was a pretty good turn regardless. As we go to Ehrlich.
I am getting bored of fights.
Finish
I am
it.
going to smite again.
Hell yeah.
Can certainly
Crit,
try.
Crit.
I will do my best.
Here we go.
Great.
Big crit on this. It's
crit,
gonna be
crit,
incredible.
That is annoying. How did I roll a 4?
I mean, it's one of the 20 faces on the
Yeah, but I
die.
rolled a 5 before. I still do half damage. it's fine.
14 will not hit. What's the damage? Your half damage?
35.
That's a
Half
big
that.
hit too. Imagine if that was a crit. It would've been-
devastating. But instead halves to what's that,
105 damage.
I don't bloody
That's
know.
17 after 35. All
Eric
right.
does damage.
You
Yeah.
smacking
Oh, hang
good.
on. Oh, I didn't hit. God fucking. I have an ability. Okay, just because it might never come out, and I would like people to know. If I hit with a natural even, I can apply 15 ongoing damage to someone.
Whoomsh.
Just like that. And I haven't been able to, because either I haven't hit or I hit on an odd.
All right. Do you have anything else for your turn?
I think that's all I can do at the moment. Because I'm rapidly using my stuff. Yeah. I'm good. That's me done. I'm just gonna keep whacking the guy.
All right.
Based on what you just said about how much damage he took, I'm gonna say he doesn't have a lot left.
He's getting there, but he's still got some tricks up his sleeve. Let us say that much. Great. So it's now the owl's turn, and they have wheeled around one, slamming straight in. Well, I mean, they have orders, they have a strategy, and they do not have Eric's hair yet.
I don't have
that is
any
the only
hair.
one.
Eric
Let's
has
see if
shaved.
they will do their damnedest anyway, even though they may not be able to get here. They're
gonna
absolutely
check.
attacking you. So here it comes. 2 attacks, 21 and a 9. I hope the 21 hits.
The 21 does hit.
21 hits you for 8 damage. And let's see. Even miss and an even miss. They both had even misses, so they also immediately disengage from you, so you can't hit them back.
Wait, no, one of them hit me, so it wasn't an even
Oh yes,
miss,
yep.
that was an even
You're
hit.
quite right. The one that missed you disengages. Thank you for pulling me up on that. And we go to Owlbeard next, and he has all sorts of neat tricks.
Come on, Albeard.
I hope
Get him.
Is he going to make beard puns whenever he attacks?
I
Would
think
you
we've
like
used
him
most
to?
of them.
I would like that. I want him to yell, "I must ask you to leave," and punch someone through the doorway.
I quite like that. I'm gonna vote take that. All right, in his hideous growling voice, I must ask you to. I can't even say it. To leave.
He kind of bonks it on the delivery.
He is going
We're
to
gonna
hit
kill you now.
He's going to hit you with a quote unquote. I don't know if you can see that. This is a good old fashioned lightning bolt.
Oh,
But
An old fashioned lightning bolt, and there it is. There's the lightning bolt. And he's
being
going to
hit?
go
It's
for
like made of
Gamwon
beards.
because Gamwon's the one trying to get up the stairs.
Hey,
brother implies there's something up the stairs, doesn't it? That's
Old
good.
fashioned lightning bolt. There it goes. Oh, that's not great.
20. Holy
20
shit! 20
lightning
though.
damage, but only a 13
What's
versus
the
PD.
roll? 13 against PD? I'm okay.
I was just, also, you'd be on 1
13.
health.
Yeah, that's terribly disappointing. Owlbeard has nothing. And
Oh, man,
he-
that
Oh,
jump
does
is
nothing
scary.
happen?
Nope.
Ooh, that would have put me on 1 health.
old-fashioned lightning bolt is the best name.
That is. And that even hit is scary. It just launched like that could mess people up. If that had jumped, that would have
It
like
chains.
half helped all of us. Yeah, that's
what a
scary.
lightning bolt is for. But not today. I'm heartbroken. So instead we'll go to
too.
Gamtu.
Okay. Rock and roll. I will use Mighty Healing. Bam, bam, bam. And all 3 of you can make recovery with plus 6.
Outstanding. That
With
is
plus
some
6,
mighty
did you
healing.
say?
Yeah. And let's see how you guys fare, because I can then either heal a little bit more or I can give you guys a buff.
Plus 6, 21 will bring me back to full. I will take that.
Oh my goodness, this isn't going according to plan at all.
Oh, Daniel, you actually rolled and did well for once.
know.
And you as well, Eric.
Adds
I
gives me
clicked mine, I
27.
don't know why it's... Fuck off.
Puts me on full health. I'm
Oh
ready
my
to go.
god. Beautiful.
That's-
We're in it.
That's a meaty heal. All right then.
I
For the
mean,
remnants,
even with base, I'm back at full because I hadn't lost more than 17.
and for my remaining nonsense, I will cast Bless, which is final once per day, and all 3 of you will get +1 to hit. So, and that's just for the rest of the battle. So an extra +1. So
Outstanding.
ends the turn of Gamtu Silver Shield.
All right, entirely buff and defense. I like it. Gamwon, what have you got for us? Back up to full health like a bastard.
Yep, back up to full health, reinvigorated by my brother's heal. I will bash the guy in front of me for 9 versus AC.
Well,
Is that
he
gonna
will
do it?
take it and keep on running. That was the
Okay.
thief, right? You're bashing the
Okay.
thief?
Yeah, bashing the thief.
I mean, technically
okay.
it isn't a 9. Technically it's a 13
Oh, yeah.
against AC, but you know.
That is true. I didn't quite. Oh wait, is there an No, it's still the same round, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
next round. So it'll be +4 next round.
That's not going to cut it.
All right, in that case, I would like to make a basic or tactical strike, or sorry, order Fungaloid to make a basic tactical
yes.
strike.
Yes.
Nearby
Crit.
ally
crit,
gets to make a
crit.
basic attack as a free action.
As you
Yes.
command.
Are you shooting
Crit,
the...
crit. No.
I
That
tried.
is going to be, so that is a 15,
18?
although it is actually a 16, 17, and then
18.
less 18. Yeah.
Bow, bow.
Bow, bow.
Nothing doing. You're one off. Hitting him.
Oh,
3
I
damage.
failed you. I'm sorry. I'm too frightened.
Throw yourself
I
into the
don't
soup
forgive you.
pot.
3 damage as he is shaved by the fungal rifle. Some more beard hairs go flying off, and we go back up to escalation 3, starting with Fungaloid.
Same again.
Crit, crit.
Yeah.
Come on. Is that?
It's a 16!
That's
That is a
16. That's a
It's a
16.
16.
Yep.
Hey!
Triple that damage, you son of a bitch.
As I will sprint forward and deal.
I just saw Jackson's face.
Oh, that's a meaty strike. Oh, that's
Someone
almost
just
back,
dumped
dude.
72.
72 damage.
72.
Get it, get it, get it.
Well, okay.
He uses his reaction to reduce it to 0.
Is he... Just humor me. Is he fucked?
Almost.
Give me back my beard, you
Wait,
bastard.
hold on. What do you mean almost?
I think he's got something up his sleeve.
I don't like
His
this
beard.
almost talk.
Or like he had more than 72 health.
That
There is 4 of us against 2 of them.
Fungaloid.
There's 2 owls.
Yes.
You charge forward, pulling, what's it? It's not fanning the hammer, I guess. It's,
Oh, yeah, sure. Planning the
fanning the hammer on your rifle. Oh, you've got pistols as well. It's
Bundle
amazing.
minigun.
You had a shotgun.
Giant cannon at like the center
Just
of your
like
chest.
emptied 6 shells.
It keeps changing. That's the beauty of the fungus rifle. Charge forward, blasting our
gun.
beer over and over again with your fungused spores. And as you charge into him, or charge towards him, at least, he looks down at his crystal ball one more time, seeing, as you get close, you realize you're seeing a bird's eye view of the Silver Shield
Hold on a sec.
clan grounds. Yeah.
Were you shooting at the assassin or at Owlbeard?
Albeit.
Oh, okay.
Albeit.
He's looking at a bird's eye view of the ancestral clan grounds of the Silver Shields, and sure enough, you can see hordes of Silver Shields throwing at each other, dwarf on dwarf, and yet, despite the fact he was growling at the greenskins, at the orcs that he was seeing, you charge towards him. He looks up one last time, and his eyes widen, and he smiles as he realizes that just in a component pouch off to one side, his fingers brush the fine feathery fungus gills that were torn off your arm earlier, and he is going to try to take your mind as a one last ditch effort.
You son of a
Excellent.
bitch.
Can I stop this?
And how would you
Veto.
like to stop this?
I have an icon point left for the Elven Queen.
Do you just?
Yeah. And we've already established that she has. I mean, I
Oh.
cannot. I cannot. That's absolutely fine if you want to still do this. I
No,
want to
well.
say, like, I have an icon point.
I just realized, sorry, I took your elf queen away, but you actually had you spent the
No,
3
I-
on your magic item, you've got the
Yes,
elf queen.
I have the elf
Fantastic.
I will. I don't want to ruin your fun, so it's totally fine if you're like, no. It's cool.
What have you got?
Is it a 6 or a 5?
It's
a
a
six.
6.
So, I mean, I can use it now and stop Owlbeard controlling our fungal friend, or I can use
Why
it
don't
on
you
making
save
a
it?
trap.
Yeah,
Until I
don't
make the
need
attack.
elf
Yeah,
queen.
okay,
But
do
we
fair.
don't need
How
the
about I
elf-
make the attack first?
Okay.
And then you can tell me how this changes and how you change things. But first, Owlbeard will reach out with your own feathery fungus gills, hair-like fungus gills, and try to take your mind.
Get him.
With a 28 versus MD,
Oh,
a
okay,
natural
Yeah, that's gonna
He's
work.
19.
He's taking the whole fungal network, baby. He's got every mushroom in the kingdom.
We gotta stop him.
I think with one off a natural 20, that's exactly what happens.
Oh
His
no,
mind
this is a
grabs
lot more
hold of
serious.
yours, Fungaloids, and you can feel his control burst forth out the back of your brain, leeching out, finding the fungus queen wherever she sits on her throne of fungus. But Ehrlich has your back. How exactly does your relationship with the elf queen save the day?
I think we've established that the elf queen is like intimately aware of the fungal people, and I think like Ehrlich, having spent time with Fungaloid and being the diplomat, raid bastard, of the elf queen, goes, my queen, I think perhaps when we open gates again, the fungal people should be allowed to come in and like enjoy the forest. They are good people. They would help with the cleanup. You know what I mean? They're kind. They are a community of individuals who are good.
They're delicious.
They're also very tasty. I think perhaps you let this happen and the forest is not safe. You stop this and the forest, she lives and breathes as we want her to.
All right. This time, the queen hears your prayer, and this time she gains an awareness through the forest. She spreads her awareness out amongst the court of stars. That's what she calls her court, and the ancient trees that guard it. And her awareness travels down these ancient roots into the Underdark, into the Underworld. And this time, they meet not just with the Fungus Queen, but with the Elf Queen's half-sister, the High Druid. And in this moment, they have this spiritual kind of heart-to-heart under the stars and under the earth. And it seems that, in some strange way, this battle between a maddened dwarf wizard and followers of the Diabolist has brokered a peace talk between these two sisters. And
Diplomat, eh?
And sure enough, in this moment, in this wrestle for not just Fungaloid's mind, but for the hive mind of all of fungus kind, the Elf Queen and the High Druid agree to lend their strength and push back Owlbeard's control.
You're welcome.
Phenomenal.
Nice.
Very cool.
And so, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, can I do one thing with I have one icon relationship.
You're not wrong. You had a
Can
5 with the Orc Lord.
Yeah, and an owl beard is about to die.
Absolutely. You can see his eyes widen in terror as he realizes that not only is his mind control spell being pushed back into him, but his own body is failing, torn apart by fungus bullets. What would you like to do?
Does he realize that? Because I have a negative relationship with the Orc Lord, to which I have an icon relationship. Therefore, I think I have killed in the past, very famously, one of the Orc Lord's lieutenants. And I'm well known for that. I'm well known for being an enemy of the Orc Lord. So as Owlbeard is about to pass, I reach down and I grasp his hand and I tell him that he did it. He defeated the Orc Lord. He beat the Greenskins. The Orcs will no longer ravage the Silver Shield clan, and his sacrifice is not in vain, that he has succeeded.
That's a leader.
Fantastic.
It is.
That's my boy.
So with that,
blank.
you spend your icon point with the Orc Lord, and yet it was a 5. It comes with a complication. And I think in this
Complication
case...
is that I think he dies.
I think he was shot to death. I think that was covered.
I can't save his life.
Oh, Gamwon
Push him
dies.
off into the...
It is a complication for you, and maybe I won't tell you... well, no, I probably should tell you now. You lean down, and you kind of gently close his eyes as you kind of give him the final piece he so deserves. And we've got a bit of the Dwarf King's theme right here.
Oh,
That's dwarven.
That's some dwarf.
Now put the beard on your chin.
You give him the last kind of rights that he deserves, despite all of these horrible things he did, despite the crimes against his people he committed. You make a show of the fact that he redeemed himself in the last moment. And so you have not only saved your clan, but you have brought inner peace to it. And yet, as you stand up and look around, you realize that as his magic fades, the crystal ball has somehow reversed. And so up on the clan grounds of the Silver Shields, a shimmering image in the sky, as if you're looking up. All these soldiers, all the Silver Shields, as their mind control fades away, they look up at the shimmering image as they're looking up through the crystal ball, and they see, even though he's lost his beard, doesn't look like him, but no, it must be Gamtu, the younger brother, has saved them. Gamtu was the hero of today. Gamtu has slain Owlbeard and brought peace to the clan. And immediately, all of the Silver Shields chant out in unison, "Hail Gamtu! Hail Gamtu! Hail Gamtu!" And they begin tearing off their beards in sign of respect as they realize that the hero of the Silver Shields goes clean shaven.
Not like this.
This doesn't seem like a bad thing for Daniel. This seems like a bad thing for Dave.
Phenomenal. Yes. No notes. No notes.
The entire
Fun.
story would be Gamtu observing Gamwon, but now Gamwon has become Gamtu.
I think we've got a drow to kill. I think we have a drow to kill.
Oh, if you insist.
Shoot him in the neck.
He's really not going to be put much of a fight at all.
Bash him in the face.
I mean, I have one more smite left. I was hoping to use it.
You're not going to let him live?
Absolutely not.
Then by all means, smite away. You can
pretty
roll if
sure.
you like, if it would amuse you, but I would say you do not have to.
I mean,
I use my loot to revive him.
If I do not, if I do not have to roll, I will just take it that I use sort of for flavor the remaining kind of aura of the Elven Queen and lop his fucking head off for being traitor, idiot.
As well you should. All right, so with the last dying breaths of Owlbeard long behind you, you turn from this place and you leave it well behind.
Can I read thoughts now, please?
A little bit, yeah. Anyone in particular?
I'm curious about the twins, and also I trust the fungal creature now a little bit. He's tasty, but these two have something going on, and I'm curious.
Which one?
Both of them.
Or can she do? Can he? Do
Are you able to?
but you can't
Are you
tell
able to
them
interpret
apart.
who is who?
It seems like they're getting mixed up and muddled, even as you use your crown
Can
of mind
I?
control.
You said I
whatever it
couldn't
is.
pick. So
You can't. It's like jammering in your ears, but you can't tell them apart. But you do hear something else. You do hear echoes of voices, echoes of countless voices crying out in joy and in peace. As you realize that you're hearing countless of fungus voices echoing from Fungaloid in the corner. This truly is a feather in your cap, diplomat. You have broken a peace this day between the Elf Queen and the High Druid and the Fungus Kingdom.
Look, sometimes killing mad wizard brings peace. Also, you have lots of people in your brain all the time. Does that not get distracting as we're like walking out?
We have only one person, which means we also have no friends because we are our own friend.
Aww.
But now we are friends.
I mean, if you feel like coming on many interesting journeys to diplomatic peace / bashing people's heads against walls until they agree, you're always welcome.
We will introduce, now that you will not be eating mushrooms, we will introduce you to the fineries of fungal cooking.
Can we eat truffles?
Yeah, of course you can. They're not part of the Elf Kingdom.
Outstanding.
Name those bastards. I hate truffles.
The last track we're listening to right now from the 30th Day soundtrack is called Dreams of a Lost Age, and there's a lovely story in the liner notes. It says, when we were coming up with this song, we realized this is the song. This is the one song that every culture in the Dragon Empire shares. They all have the same version of this folk song. And truly enough, that is what you have forged here today, a bond between dwarven kind and elf kind and fungus kind.
Mushroom dudes.
Well,
Hell yeah.
I feel like we did a good job. Well done.
We walk off into the sunset.
Absolutely.
Quick question. How do we get down from here?
With great aplomb and heroism is how you do it. And sure enough, you walk back through the Twisting Caves. Now they're masters, it seems, the Writhing Caves. And back to the clan hall where you are hailed as heroes. And Iona Silvershield lavishes upon you many noble titles and rewards and treasures, and demands that Gamtu be coronated this evening.
Knowing this is coming on the way in, Gamwon, do you want to swap places again?
Yeah, I was absolutely.
I, with great regret, shaved the rest of everything so that I can
out of.
Exactly. Actually, no, sorry. They already thought you were Gamtu. I don't need to shave, so I could stay bearded. You'll be Gamtu. I'll pretend to be Gamwon, and I'll become your loyal follower. Because again, I do not want to lead. That is your position. That was what you were raised to do. You just need to stay bold for forever.
I think I get it. So I'm Gamwon.
No, but you are pretending to be Gamtu. You say you are Gamtu.
But,
so
so
you
who's
can be
Gamwon?
coronated. Me.
I thought I was Gamwon.
I'll push him off a cliff, and I assume both positions.
This continues for many a month.
All right, a dwarf is coronated.
I guess we're not so different. You also have weird hive mind bullshit going on.
A dwarf is coronated. One is not. An elf.
It's not clear which is which.
An elf walks into the sunset to broker pieces between more kingdoms yet, and a Fungaloid returns to the dank, moldy depths of the
Fungaloid
Underworld.
comes with. I don't know.
That's true. Or maybe there are more adventures to have. I don't know. This was a one-shot. This was Assault on the Dungeon of the Pogonomancer. Hey, that was a one-shot for 13th Age written by Gareth Ryder-Hanrahan. What a great game. 13th Age, of course, is the fantastic D20 game by Rob Heinsoo and Jonathan Tweet, which is published by Pelgrane Press. And as I alluded to before, go to humblebundle.com/software right now. You can get I know it was about 500 Australian dollars worth of 13th Age PDFs for about 34. It's kind of like the Humble Bundle thing where you got to beat the average and donate to good cause and donate to Pelgrane Press for these amazing games. But yes, get heaps of 13th Age gear, as well as the official 13th Age soundtrack is in the bundle as well.
Ooh.
It's well worth it. We were listening to the 13th Age soundtrack and occasionally to Sirenscape, sound and music for online games. And we were playing on Astral virtual tabletop, which has a built-in 13th Age character sheet, which we were using, which is pretty nifty as well. And some of the maps you were seeing there were from Paizo and from Wizards of the Coast. I think that is everything I had to say about this stream, but we had such a good time, so maybe we'll do this again. Who can say? Better chuck us a follow just in case. Here on Twitch, we are Campaign Coins. On YouTube, we are Campaign Coins, and we're at campaigncoins.com, where we make real metal coins and tokens for your RPGs, for your board games, including official coins and tokens for 13th Age. As I said, chuck us a follow because we're going to be back again on stream on Monday, where Monday for us and probably you, Monday at 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Time and various other times around the world, we have an ongoing campaign of Beowulf Age of Heroes, which is a fantastic one-on-one 5e system and setting, one GM and one player, and we just stream for an hour, so we won't beat your bedtime, but it'd be great to check us a follow, and we'll see you then. I think that's everything. Thank you so much, Art.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
A pleasure.
Thank you very much, David.
Thanks, Jackson.
And thank you so much, Jamie.
We thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, this is my
very
cunning
intimate.
plan. I thank everyone so that I get 4 thanks instead of
You
1.
get 4.
Yeah, it does work out.
Well, I mean,
And now
also,
we all go around and we
also,
thank each other individually.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Art.
Cheers, Gareth, for that.
thank you,
Alright.
chat,
It
for putting up
And
with
thank
whatever
you
the fuck
for
this is.
watching.
Yeah.
Outstanding. What a great time. Thank you, one and all. We'll see you again.